Of course, she saw the good in everyone, so it wasn't that surprising. But even now, I think she took a special interest in me. Maybe she really did see something. Or maybe she just knew the day might come when she needed an ally like me. Anyway, once Orion turned into a cataclysmic thread, she was the one they sent to talk to me, to make me the offer. Damn, I was not expecting it to be a friendship with Lodestar that turned you around. Torai sipped at her beer, entranced by the story, but keenly aware that her turn was fast approaching. It wasn't, Ivan told her when Lodestar showed up that day. She didn't come empty-handed. She brought along a picture of a baby, only a few months old at the time, and put it down on the table in front of me. I'd slept with a woman who had a thing for bad boys before Lodestar brought me in, and well, I wasn't making the best decisions back then. Ideas about protection included. When Lone Star made the pitch, she didn't lean on the part where I have a shot at freedom instead. She just showed me the picture and explained how things were. Orion was trying to destroy the world and every living creature on it. One of those creatures, as it turned out, was my son. Ivan paused, looking down at the glass in his hand. Drops of condensation running down the side, one at a time. I don't expect you to understand. Up until that moment, I don't think I possibly could have either. But there's something primal about being a parent. Something powerful suddenly. Orion wasn't just some threat, trying to wipe out existence. He was threatening my family, my blood. As soon as Lodestar showed me that photo, I knew I would charge the very gates of hell. If it meant keeping that baby safe, that's why I took the deal. That's why I tried so hard to honor it too. Even gave it an honest go with his mother, which is how his sister came about. We live in a strange, powerful, dangerous world. I decided I would be there to watch over my children, even if it meant setting aside the life I'd known. Until then, Fornax died the moment I knew I was a father, though I did borrow his name one last time to end Orion's shit. I suspected it had something to do with your kids, but I didn't imagine it went down quite like that, Torai admitted. Pretty shrewd of Lodestar to save her trump card until she needed it. Ivan chuckled and shook his head. Lodestar doesn't think that way. She never told me about my son, because she thought it would be cruel. I was in a place where I could never see him, never talk to him, never hug him. It wasn't until there was a chance for my freedom that she decided to tell me. Guess that morality is why you just trusted. She wasn't making it all up. Torai said that, and a few talents of my own. Ivan took a draw from his tea and stared at Torai. He didn't bother telling her that it was her turn. That much was obvious. Instead, he let her get her thoughts together and speak when she was ready. My story isn't as long or fancy as yours, she said at last. It's just a hard life lesson I learned early on. My parents were both scientists. Dad a biologist and mom a physicist. They worked hard, gave me a solid education from the day I was born, nurtured my mental talent as soon as they recognized it. Both of them had such high hopes for me. Then one day, there was an accident at the lab where they worked. Might have been a confluence actually, since more than a few people left that day as Midas. My parents weren't among them. The air around Torai shimmered softly as she spoke, and her grip on the beer bottle tightened. Ivan knew how hard she'd been working to gain control of her emotions, affecting her powers, which made it all the more worrying. To see the heat slipping out, they just got sick, bad sick, like a meta version of cancer. It ripped through them so fast, in only a couple of weeks. They were so filled with tumors. Well, you get the idea. There were treatment options, of course. With all the matters in the world, there's always someone who can fix what ails you, be it by spell or a machine or just talent, but those options are impossibly expensive. And the company they worked for, the one who owned a lab that made them sick, refused to pay what it would have cost to save them. Said they'd signed non-liability agreements, that the lab wasn't culpable. They just let my parents sit in that goddamned hospital room and rot away from the inside out. Torai was crying now. Not a full-on sob, but small, short-lived tears that evaporated before they were halfway down her face. I've not seen many tears throughout his life, and he knew enough to tell that these were not shed from grief, but from anger. I sat there watching them die by the hour, and in that time I realized something important. My parents spent their lives working hard to help other people, and when the time for repayment came, those other people skipped out. I wasn't going to go down that path. I would work for myself, make my own way in the world. I'd never be left on a bed, slowly dying, because my fate ended up in some corporate-ish hole's hands. That's why I went out on my own. That's why I decided it was better to scrounge and steal than indenture myself to anyone else. You have my condolences, Yvonne said simply. There was nothing else to tell her. Nothing she didn't already know. It was a tragedy. Had he been there at the time, he'd have done all he could to change it. But it was long over, and not even matters had the power to bring back the dead. Is that also why you work so hard on the Meta suit? So you'll be able to live under your own power. That was part of why I started. Tori admitted I had to create inventions, and that seemed like a good place to kick things off. But to be honest, I think I really picked up the project as a memorial. My mother loved Meta suits. She believed they could bridge the gap between Metas and humans. Everyone who has made one so far has kept the tech all to themselves, which means that if I manage to develop one that anyone can use, I'll be able to launch a huge company and make my mother's dream come true. All at once, double whammy, you know. Two birds with one stone indeed. Yvonne finished off his tea, then rose to go get another glass. By the time he'd returned with the fresh beer that hadn't been nearly boiled, Torai had regained her composure. She accepted the drink with a nod of thanks, taking a long draw before addressing her teacher. So did that satisfy you? It answered many of my questions, yes. And my story explained a lot about you. Torai replied, though there is one part left unfulfilled. If both of the other parts are done, you owe me an origin story. No, I owe you only what the root of my power is. I've incorrected no story, no explanations. Only the simple source of my Meta abilities, yeah. I get it, more questions than answers. Just get on with it already. I'd still like to squeeze in a little work tonight, if you don't mind. Fair enough, my powers come from a magical source, which is no surprise that I encountered in my youth. While the exact relationship I have with that source has altered tremendously since the beginning, I'd say. Things have been constant for the last several decades. Explaining that relationship, though, how shall I phrase this? Yvonne drummed his fingers, took a drink from his tea, and finally found the right combination of words that suited his needs. To put it as simply as possible, I ate a god. Chapter 40. We're not doing it tonight, Morgana said, barely resisting the urge to slam her hand on the table. That's their first day, and it's an important way to start things off. They do need to get some actual field training in. Plus it's Monday, Stasis added. Unlike Morgana, she wasn't taking things too seriously, which was par for the course with how things went when they were both involved. Leaning back in her chair, feet on the table, Stasis might as well have been doing her nails. Had she actually been able to do anything to them? Instead, she was skimming through a beat-up romance novel, starring a swarthy Latin hero named Rodrigo. There's nothing worth doing on a Monday. Well, we can't do it on the last day. Doc will say they need to have a level head for their upcoming planning session. Zealous shot back next to her, Gorkid later, reassuring hand on her metal friend's shoulder, a simple act that helped keep Zealous's sharp tongue in check. Training runs for 2 weeks, Gork said in her slow, lumbering voice. Let's do it on the first Friday. The one coming up, it will be a nice break in the middle. Friday works for me, Stacy said. That's when there's shit actually worth doing. I can swing that, though I'm still not sure I should, Morgana admitted, all four of the female counselors were gathered together in a meeting room that was technically only supposed to be used for official crime planning purposes. Given their high position in the guild, though, they commandeered it for their own use, without feeling guilty about it in the slightest. There were certain perks to being villains after all. "Come on, it'll be good for the apprentices and for us," Zella said when was the last time the four of us all went out to tear up the town. Literally that incident in Canada, few years back figuratively. I feel like it's only been a little while. Stasis leaned so far back that her center of gravity should have tipped the chair over, yet she remains supported. Let's see, I just won my second term on the council, which was... Holy shit, it has been a while, hasn't it? That's what I'm saying. Zealous thrust an arm in the air. A gesture either meant to rally the others around her, or signal victory, no one was entirely sure which. We go out in ones and twos on occasion, but we really need to do something together regularly. We're on the council, we need to bond. If it's bonding you're after, why not invite the guys too? Stacy's asked, because then Balaam would come. Morgana said, intercepting the question. And no one considers him and pseudonym, bickering at one another a good time. Plus the dog's stick got tired a long time ago. Bale's not so bad on his own, Stasis defended, but yeah, he does have a stick up his ass when it comes to pseudonym. Fine, we keep it as a girls' night, just us four, and the two female apprentices. That's what I like to hear. Zealous glanced at the plasma television, mounted on the conference room's wall. Seconds later it turned on, and displayed an itinerary on its high-definition screen. Now that we've got the date down, it's time to decide what we'll do with them. Let's try not to get either of them killed, either that night or by explosion from the guild. Morgana suggested. Pseudonym and Thuggernet are both quite fond of their apprentices, whether they'll admit it or not. Nothing to worry about, Zealous assured her. Truth be told, I sort of like them as well. The gut spunk will keep things nice and low-key. Nothing that will get them in trouble. The room was quiet as the three other women stared at Zealous. None of them spoke, they simply waited patiently for what would inevitably come next. After having worked together for so long, none were surprised when a mischievous twinkle sparked through her mechanical eyes, and a slight smirk turned up on the side of her lips. Well, not that much trouble, I mean. When Donald showed up to work that morning, he hadn't been quite sure what to expect. The stares were strange, but that much had been anticipated. Along with the whispering, what took him by surprise was the way people gave him a wide berth, doing little more than wave from across the cubicle lanes. He hadn't shown up in costume or with the new wrist computer they given him, or anything. He'd shown up as regular old Donald Moss, programmer for Vandalia Industries for over 5 years. He should have expected something from Apollo's reaction when Donald told him he had to go to work that day. There were too many projects still left undone, and he didn't want to leave his co-workers in the lurch by up and quitting all at once. Plus, he still wasn't entirely sure how superheroes got paid, which made the idea of giving up his income stream a frightening prospect on top of everything else. Apollo would listen, nodded, and then said he would arrange some transportation and protection, just in case someone tried to sneak attack him. That seemed normal enough. What struck Donald as odd, though, was that Apollo would make sure he knew the car would be on call all day. Whenever Donald was ready to come back, it was only a phone call away. He was only halfway to his lunch break, and Donald had already figured out why. Apollo drove the point home. This place wasn't the same anymore. People looked at him completely differently. He helped keep them all safe, and they did seem appreciative of that. But it didn't change the fact that they were also afraid of him. Donald wasn't just Donald anymore. Now, when they looked at him, what they saw was Amita. "Mr. Moss, we weren't expecting to see you in today." Donald spun around in his chair, slightly startling the suited brunette. Standing just inside his cube, Mrs. Espinosa was Mr. Gerhardt's boss. She worked on a different floor than they did, and usually only showed up for special meetings or when someone was in trouble. Before he could answer his own question, with a little thought, Donald blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "Where's Mr. Gerhardt?" "The hospital, of course," Mrs. Espinosa replied. "Even with exceptional care. Gunshot wounds take some time to recover from, at least for most people. I'm filling in for him while he's gone, right? Right, Mr. Gerhardt? Would need some time to recover from. Getting shot in the gut, to say nothing of Torai and all the wounds she'd accumulated helping him." At the thought of Torai, Donald felt a pain of guilt about covering up her help that day. Even if it was to protect Chloe, taking all the credits still felt wrong. "Do you know what hospital they're at? I'd like to bring flowers and visit if I can. I'm sorry, since they were taken for special treatment. We weren't given the name or location of their hospital. Protected secret, I'm sure you understand." Mrs. Espinosa looked him up and down once more, as if she were waiting for him to grow horns and attack her, which maybe she was. Apollo had made a point of not telling the press exactly what Donald's power was until they'd created his identity. So no one in the office had any idea exactly how. He'd stopped 2 armed men and 1 Mita. "Anyway, Mr. Moss, may I ask what brings you back here today?" Mrs. Espinosa continued, still keeping a careful distance from him. "It's Monday. I wasn't injured in the fight, and I didn't get any email about the office being closed." Donald told her. He tilted his head slightly, trying to see what she was getting at. "No, I understand that work is proceeding as normal today. I was just wondering why you felt the need to show up." Because at last comprehension dawned on Donald. "Wait, that I get fired? Certainly not. Mr. Moss, certainly not." Mrs. Espinosa protested, her voice rising a few octaves, as if she wanted others to be aware of the conversation that was taking place. Vandalia Industries would never violate federal law by firing someone upon discovering they were a metahuman, especially a metahuman who helped safeguard our office. Only days before, we just all assumed that when the AHC scooped you up, you'd prefer working with them to your simple job here. Donald glanced around, noticing that nearly everyone else in earshot had stopped what they were doing to watch the scene that was unfolding in his cubicle. He wasn't sure if they were hoping he would deck the boss or slink out the door, but it seemed pretty clear. They've been waiting all morning for exactly this discussion to take place. Much as he wanted to be annoyed or even angry, Donald reminded himself that only a month or so ago, he'd have been staring with as much, if not more, curiosity. Mitas were nothing if not fascinating, nice as the AHC has been. "I didn't feel right leaving my work unfinished," Donald said at last. "Besides, I like working here. The people are nice and pays fair. Maybe, once I get a little more settled in my new side job, that will change, but for the moment, I'm happy to be here doing my part, and we are happy to have you." In spite of the forced smile on her face, as Mrs. Espinosa fled his cubicle, he had a feeling that management was anything but happy to have him around. Amita was one thing, but Amita hood openly come out as a cape and might be targeted for retribution. That was a whole other kettle of fish. Staring at the code on his computer screen, Donald wondered if he was selfish for trying to come back here. This wasn't his world, not anymore. All he was really doing was disrupting the lives of people who had normal jobs to get done. Maybe it would be better if you just stayed at the AHC headquarters and spent his time training. There was obviously some sort of stipend available. Pretty much zero famous capes held day jobs. Donald started to push away from his desk, turning on reflex to tell Torai he was heading out, when he realized he'd be talking to an empty workstation. He paused, then pulled his chair back to its proper position. He couldn't leave, not just yet. The least Donald O'Toole was a proper goodbye, and an apology for leaving her out of the story. 1 week of working amid the stares and whispers wasn't that high of a price to pay if it meant setting things right. Plus, if Donald were completely honest with himself, he wasn't sure he'd ever see her again if he left without saying something, and he definitely didn't want to have seen the last of Torai Rivas. Balaam sat in the small media room, one occasionally used for classic film screenings or bad movie nights. It had a dozen leather chairs set up in a tiered seating system, a popcorn machine in the corner, with a soda fountain adjacent and a massive screen at the far end of the windowless room, although he deviled himself of the popcorn. That smell made it nearly impossible to resist. It wasn't a movie that Balaam sat watching. In the darkness, at least not a fictional one. On the screen before him, Fornax leaped off the ground, so much magical energy pouring off him that the camera warped and stuttered, barely able to sustain its task. There were precious few records of this fight, or any of Fornax's battles, for that matter. Of course, Balaam had poured through the accounts and testimonies from witnesses at the various scenes, but that was a poor substitute for watching the action himself. And was there ever action? He watched as Fornax collided in midair with the glowing figure that was Lodestar. While his name was a silly reference to a black hole, hers was actually a well-chosen moniker. People often described the aura Lodestar put off as golden, but it only appeared that way in the afterstreaks it left behind. When one gazed into the genuine article, they could see it was a silver-white color, like the twinkling of a star on a dark night. Except that she didn't twinkle, she burned like the heart of a demon. In a single swing, Lodestar whipped Fornax around, smashing him into the concrete and sending the amateur cinematographer scrambling for cover. When they re-emerged, she stood on top of Fornax, raining down blows that would have shattered mountains. Yet he took each one with that madman's grin he'd been so famous for. Seizing an opportunity, he kicked her in the stomach, barely moving her back an inch, but giving himself time to move. In a blink, he was behind her, and the fight began anew. Balaam watched this and every other known video of Fornax's fights more times than he could actually count. Just as he'd watched the ones of Dr. Mechanical, Zealous, and Morgana of the entire guild. They were the only four who might be strong enough to stop him. Should a fight ever occur, Gork and Stasis, while powerful in their own right, were easily circumvented, at least as a spellcaster, and a man who had embraced that title in every sense of the word. Balaam had long been a believer in preparation, above all else, even if the possibility of a fight with his fellow counselors didn't loom on the horizon. He preferred to be ready anyway. One never knew what others were scheming. After all, that was why he took time out of his schedule to watch these tapes. Hell, that was why he'd had Warren watch the video from the desert trial over and over again until his apprentice knew the capabilities of the others, backwards and forwards. The more one knew, the more one could be ready for, and the higher the chances of victory. In any given situation, this all sounded good on paper, though if one were to check the logs of Balaam's viewing habits, they might notice that he watched the Fornax videos far more than any of the others. If pressed, he would have defended the choice by saying that, as one of the most dangerous matters on record, Fornax weren't at the most research. Or if the query came from someone who knew him well, it would simply say that he enjoyed watching Fornax get pummeled, which Lodestars certainly achieved. But while both of those answers had some merit, neither of them would be entirely true, because the simple fact of the matter was that, as much as he might loathe Ivan Gerhardt for tucking his tail between his legs and giving up on what had made him great, Balaam felt the same. as he had when he first saw these fights as a child. They were thrilling, filled with tension and excitement. The power of the two individuals involved, palpable even through the camera. This moment in time, this battle between demigods, was what encapsulated matters more than anything else in their history. This was what they could be when truly pushed to be their best. This is what they would be again. When Balaam was finished, chapter 41. After Friday's attack on the office, a full weekend of combat training at the guild, and spending all of Monday locked in the basement, working on her meet-a-suit coffee and willpower were the only things propping Tori up. As she got dressed for their first night of field training, Yvonne had sent her over to the guild headquarters early, and she'd found a simple, black outfit waiting for her in her room. Unlike the apprentice costumes, this one wasn't meant to mark one as anything special. It was dark, certainly, but also purposefully mundane. Anyone who looked at Tori in it would think she was just another person on the street, maybe walking to a restaurant or bar. Had she just arrived at the guild, Tori would have found the choice strange. After learning from Yvonne for so long, however, she understood the value of blending in. The only part of the outfit that wasn't spectacularly normal was a silver pendant with a stone that had a rainbow of shifting colors. Set in the center, obviously, it was magic, which meant Tori instantly found herself somewhat distrustful of the curious accessory. There was no sense in fighting the inevitable, though. Another lesson she picked up from Yvonne, so she slipped it carefully over her head. A light tingle ran through her body as soon as it fell against her chest, but after a few seconds of waiting, she didn't notice anything else. With a shrug of acceptance, Tori finished getting ready and headed out the door. She was the last to arrive in the lounge area. Lance, Beverly, and Warren were dressed in similar, but not identical clothing to hers, and each boasted a pendant of their own, all with the same odd moving colors swirling about in the stones. No sooner had she taken a few steps into the room than a familiar voice greeted her, although it was one she hadn't heard in quite a while. "Good evening, everyone. For those of you who don't know me yet, my name is Arkanakis." He looked the same as he had the last time Tori laid eyes on him. Same lightly wrinkled visage and crisp purple robes. His eyes, however, were more alive than they had been back then, clearly. He was more excited for this task than he'd been while conjuring skeletons for some upstart rookie to firebomb. "Tonight we begin your training outside this guild. Different nights will call for different tactics. Sometimes you will be shadowing guild members as they go on actual jobs. On other occasions you'll be completing small tasks. For me, these won't be anything ostentatious, merely exercises to get you past the first-time jitters and accustomed to working in the field, seeing as Tori had logged plenty of time out in the real world and had in fact gotten recruited by breaking into one of the guild's holding facilities. She wasn't feeling any of those jitters Arkanakis warned them about. All the same, it wasn't a bad strategy for rookies. Getting their feet wet in a relatively safe environment would give them a chance to get past any fears that might surface. Better than then in the middle of a real job, when they could let people who needed them down. "Since tonight is your first outing, we are going to take things slowly," Arkanakis continued. "We'll do a little walking around downtown, getting used to moving as a squad, and then swing by the Diamond Exchange, where Pod Person is scheduled to do a quick break-in. If you have any questions during that event, please hold them until after we're back at the guild, and they can be asked safely. Before we get to any of that, however, I should probably brief you on the equipment you've been issued." No one needed prompting to look at the pendants hanging from their necks. They knew immediately what Arkanakis was referencing. Those are stones of obfuscation, handcrafted by yours truly. So long as you're wearing them, you'll be unmemorable to anyone who sees you. No one will be able to give an accurate description of what you look like. people you know won't recognize you. Even cameras will turn warped and blurry. When you're in frame, the exceptions to this effect is others who are wearing the pendants. That's why you recognize each other. And the creator himself, of course. These are very expensive. So take care not to lose them or you will be billed. And it will not be cheap. They'll be returned to me each night at the end of training and reissued the next day. For reference, I also rent these out to guild members to use on actual jobs, so if you ever need one, just come see me to negotiate the price. Torai looked at the stone with new respect. The ability to hide them all from being noticed or remembered was pretty incredible. What's more, it was something she didn't think she could easily accomplish with science or technology. Much as her natural inclination went against it, she might have to learn a little more about the arcane arts they were proving too useful to disregard. All right, everyone, follow me. I've got tunnel vision on standby, waiting to transport us across the city. Other nights we'll take a car. But I thought it would be pleasant to begin on an easier foot. Arcanicus headed out of the lounge, and the apprentices followed, eager and nervous, as they headed toward their first night. Loose in the real world amid villains of the guild. In spite of all the build-up, or perhaps because of it, their night started off rather boring. Arcanicus walked them around downtown, letting them get used to the way. People's eyes seemed to slide off them. Under the spell of the obfuscation stones, it was disconcerting initially. But once the strangeness wore off, they each began experimenting more with the limits of what the magical pendants could do. Lance tried to strike up a conversation with some women, walking to a club, and managed to hold their attention for all of half a minute before the sound of a honking horn distracted them, and he fell out of their attention. Torai dropped an empty soda can on the ground in front of a cop who frowned when he saw it, then put it in the garbage. Warren slipped into a bar, ordered a drink, and then emerged without bothering to pay the bouncer, not even giving him a second glance. Only Beverly kept her interactions normal, stopping someone to ask for the time, trying to bum a cigarette off a few guys gathered outside a club, and getting directions from the same cop who had thrown Toy's can into the garbage. The difference was that Beverly did all three of these things on a loop, waiting first 5 minutes, then 3, then 1 between each round. On the final occasion, one of the smoking men squinted at her, like she seemed familiar, but still handed over a cigarette. Beverly rejoined the others, tossing the tobacco stick into the trash on top of Torai's discarded can. Looks like too much interaction either wears them down, or coming back too soon makes you recognizable. Beverly reported. Very good, Arcanica said, nodding and shaking the purple robe. No one they met had commented on Arcanica's strange attire, which didn't surprise any of the apprentices. A man who could make items like what they were wearing no doubt had a few tricks of his own in use. The stones, like all magic, have limitations, he explained. No power is infinite, and those with truly strong wills can sometimes pierce the illusions cast by such items. Beverly was smart to assess the limits of her new tool in a practical method that carried little risk. Whenever you're counting on new equipment, you need to know just how far it will take you. Warren seemed annoyed while Lance and Torai gave Beverly small looks of respect. It was easy to forget how good a head she had on her shoulders when contrasted with the hulking form she could assume. Arcanicus headed away from the bar area where they'd been hanging out for the last half hour, and they followed his lead. Many years ago, before we implemented the current job approval system we used to mark every building that was off limits to guild members, Arcanicus told them. This included buildings owned by guild holdings, places where family of members worked, and anywhere that a cape was suspected to have loved ones of their own. It worked well for a time that there are obvious flaws in any system like that. Moving his hand up to the exterior, brick wall of a mortgage company, Arcanicus muttered under his breath and tapped his finger to the cold surface. A softly glowing rune appeared on the bricks, hovering in place for several seconds before vanishing. There are plenty of magic users among the AHC, and they eventually discovered the marks we'd left. Additionally, some of the other criminal matters found them too, which made for a far more dangerous situation. The system inadvertently told them all the places where useful holdings and hostages could be acquired. Eventually we got around the mistake by just marking every building in town, as well as putting down any of the groups who tried to attack them. These were a bloody few years, and when they ended, our guild had inadvertently become the underworld. Overseer, we established ourselves as the collective king of the criminals. And ever since then we've made sure to keep that spot. By whatever means are necessary, Arcanicus turned and looked at the apprentices, measuring the determination in their eyes. But that will come later, as I said. Tonight we start out slow. Odd Person's work will begin soon. Let's head that way. All 5 of them walked through the downtown Ridge City, streets seen but unremembered. It was an almost surreal experience for Tori, trekking from block to block, neighborhood to neighborhood, all under the light of stars and street lamps. They passed upscale apartments and condos, then made their way through a patch of the city known for being more dangerous. Capes and cops did have limits, and spots like this were where those breaks in the seams showed. No one bothered them as they walked calmly across the streets, though that was probably for the best, as no low-level pusher with a gun would possibly be prepared to try and mug this group. It occurred to Tori that perhaps the pendants were as much for the protection of others as themselves. Guild members weren't exactly the sword that would hold back in a fight, so this kept the body count low, which made things easier on everyone involved. They walked past a few more clusters of apartments before heading into another business district. While the first had held mostly bars and shops, this was clearly a space where money changed hands. Banks were all over the place, as with the logos of several Fortune 500 companies. Most telling of all, though, was how many buildings borne. No labels beyond an address. They were the sorts of places that people only went to if they knew they had business there. Walk-ins need not bother. Sitting on a bench in front of one of the banks, eating a salted pretzel nearly dripping with mustard, was a man Tori recognized from the guild halls, but couldn't have put a name to if her life was on the line. Given that he wore an identical pendant, however, it seemed like a logical bet that this was Pod Person, the guild member with the job going down that evening. Hey there, apprentices. He rose from his seat, gobbling down the last of the pretzel in a few hurried bites, then wiping his hands on the napkin and tossing it in the trash. Organic, as you're cutting it a little close on. The time for travel is not exactly an easily predictable tactic. The older man grumbled. They shook hands quickly, and Arcanica sat down on the sidewalk, chalk suddenly appearing in his hand. He mumbled something under his breath as he began to draw lines on the concrete. Well, Arcanica sets up the barrier for you all to watch. Behind, let me introduce myself. I go by Pod Person, and in exchange for free use of one of his fancy necklaces, I agreed to let you all observe my heist tonight. We only have a few minutes left before the others and I arrive, so let's go through the ground rules for you. For spectators, everyone shared a confused look at the words "the others and I arrived," but all remembered Arcanicus's warning about questions, and so kept their silence. Besides, this seemed like a question that would answer itself. If they were willing to be patient, it was a good thing they didn't try to ask, because Pod Person didn't slow down his speech, continuing right along without pause. the barrier I can cause. The setting up will shield you from view, so long as you stay behind it. There's also a little bit of protective magic going into the barrier, but if you're in this guild, then I doubt you'll need it. Here's the most important thing you need to remember. Tonight, no matter what happens, you do not get to intervene. This is my job. I submitted it to the council. I got it approved, and I am the one who is allowed to work it. If things go bad, if I look like I'm in trouble, if you hear me screaming desperately for you to help, you still stay put. The only possible exception is if I've severely miscalculated and you end up in danger, at which point Arcanicus will give you permission to do something. Probably run. Don't expect it to come to that though. There's a reason this job was picked for you to watch, and part of it is because there's very little chance of catastrophe. Behind Pod Person, Arcanicus rose from the ground, chalk still in hand. He made a wide sweeping gesture over the rooms he'd drawn. A ripple appeared to run through the air. In front of them it stayed there, shimmering softly in the streetlights, giving the effect of looking down the road on a hot summer day. That will do it, Arcanicus announced. About time. I'm going to be here any minute. Pod Person reached into his jacket and yanked out an undescript black ski mask, pulling it over his head. His features disappeared under what appeared to be exceptionally scratchy wool. Time to call for reinforcements. Every one of the apprentices jumped back slightly when Pod Person first spat on the ground, giving him a wide berth as he hawked up loogie after loogie. With each expectation came a small green object, like an unripe bean that landed on the sidewalk without so much as a bounce. The beans grew at an incredible rate before their eyes, until mere seconds later, they were the size of an adult human. That turned out to be appropriate, as one by one they split open, revealing perfect copies of Pod Person, lacking only the enchanted pendant. Boys, Pod Person announced, was recently hatched clones. You know what to do. As for the rest of you, stay put and get ready for a show. Chapter 42. Pod Person's pod people had scarcely tucked themselves out of sight in a nearby alley when a car came speeding down the road. It pulled up in front of one of the many unlabeled buildings, and from its depths emerged four men wearing masks. The disguises were nothing fancy, like what the guild would have issued. They looked like cheap balaclavas, not much different from the ones Pod Person and his copies were already wearing. This is what we call a Trojan horse job. The original Pod Person, identifiable by means of his pendant, explained. Unlike his duplicates, he'd stayed behind the barrier, with Arcanicus and the others, evidently to provide color commentary. It seemed important to be speaking so freely, with strangers only just across the street, but precautions must have been in place, because not a single head turned in their direction. Instead, all four men were gathering up near the door of one of the buildings, the smallest of them typing away on some handheld computer. Basically, this crew has been pulling heists around town, and while they aren't technically doing anything to bring down the guilds, full wrath, they did step on a few toes. Pod Person continued. One of the men over there is me. He's been working for weeks to get in good with them as a safe cracker tonight. Once they've successfully robbed the Diamond Exchange, I'll use my knowledge of their plans to ambush them. With all the other versions of me, we rarely do jobs in Rage City. Arcanicus told them, not paying attention to the foreman, as they successfully opened the door and poured inside. While the AHC has a presence all over the world, working in their backyard is unnecessarily risky. Generally, the only work we do around here is enforcement, which will be covered on another night. Pod Person is an infiltration specialist. However, since he has the ability to bail out of a situation when the need arises, he gets cleared to do certain local jobs. I'm not big on travel. Hot Person gave a hearty shrug, slightly rattling the pendant around his neck I've got another me for that. He's in London at the moment, which I will say is a far more beautiful city than pictures really do justice capturing. Arcanicus and Pod Person spoke a bit more, going over the details of how Pod Person had wormed his way into the crew over the last few months. Things seemed to be going smoothly when suddenly a noise, like a muted firecracker, echoed through the air. Pod Person let out a long, annoyed sigh and turned in the direction of the building. Being robbed, those two timing rat bastards. They just shot me in the head. Can you believe that? Sure, I was going to rob them too, but I wasn't planning to kill any of them. And what for my part of the score? What if they need another safe cracker? That's just unprofessional, that's what it is. Hot Person remained still, but from the nearby alley, his clones poured forth, arranging themselves closer to the entrance, while remaining largely hidden from view. One enterprising double sculpted forward, sliding under the car and pulling out a large knife that gleamed in the street light. I guess it's a good thing it happened, sort of. Lets me show the rookies how to adapt to changes. Pod Person said, see, I was going to use the me inside to know exactly when they were emerging, so I could catch them perfectly by surprise and cut off their chance to run back inside. With that option gone, I'll have to be fast instead of precise and ambush them the moment they pop out, just to be on the safe side. I'm also cutting off their escape route. On a job, you can never count on things going to plan. That's why it's so important to always be ready to. His voice trailed off as he stared at the small, blinking red light coming from the watch on his left wrist. A quick glance at Arcanicus, who pulled back his robe to show a crystal pendant that was blinking red, seemed to solidify Pod Person certainty regarding the situation. Well, tits, this just got a lot more complicated. Arcanic is full evacuation. Do you think I'm actually leaning away from that? Arcanicus replied, none of us are doing anything illegal. We are all just out on a nightly stroll. It might be a good opportunity for them to see the capes in action, not to mention to observe how you handle such an unexpected development. You are a real bastard when you get the inclination. You know that Hot Person glanced over his shoulder, then up into the sky, before turning to face the apprentices once more. Okay, rookies. What Arcanicus and I just got warning of is that superheroes from the Alliance of Heroic Champions have been dispatched to this scene. Guess the crew's alarm specialist wasn't as good as he thought he was anyway. In a situation like this, the very first recourse for a guild member is a simple one: bail, if at all possible bail. Run and get clear of the situation. Which reminds me, lifting his hand into the air, Pod Person snapped his fingers. The seemingly innocuous gesture was anything but, given that each nearby copy of him exploded into a cloud of green goop. The mucks splattered all over the ground, steam rising from its viridian depths before their eyes. The puddles grew smaller. They soon realized that the steam was more than just effect. The goop was rapidly evaporating. There we go, did the one inside to just for good measure, which is no doubt freaking out those double-dealing douchebags. Hot Person reached up and pulled his mask off, handing it over to Arcanicus, who turned it to ash with a single bright flash of fire. Ideally, Arcanicus's spells will keep us off any of the capes' radar. But with other matters, you can never take things for granted. However, as of now, none of us were involved in the burglary. We're all just out walking the town, helping our wizard friend to test his new enchanted items. That is still admittedly suspicious as hell. But without solid evidence, they won't try to push it. The Guild of Villains has far better lawyers than they do like watches over like. As the saying goes, I know we're supposed to wait until we get back to ask questions, but seeing as things have gone off the rails, do you mind if I slip one in? Lance said, stepping slightly forward. Is it about the watch? Pod Person asked, it is definitely about the watch. Lance confirmed there's nothing too special about it. The AHC tries to coordinate with police whenever possible, no need to double book the same crime, or put human police in the middle of a meta brawl. Dr. Mechanical wrote a program that monitors all the emergency channels and lets off a warning if the GPS chip in the watch senses we're near where the capes have been dispatched. There's also a magical relay system. Arcanicus pulled back his robe sleeve again so they could see the glowing crystal, since many of us who use the arcane arts have a tendency to short out electronics. It just sends the information from the computer version through a different method. It's a good tool to have, but you should never count on it, Pod Person added. The AHC likes to coordinate with other agencies. That doesn't mean they always do so, especially if they think we're involved, and it might tip us off. Then they use discreet. Pod Person was cut off by a thunderous blast. Filling the air, the car went up, like there had been dynamite hidden inside, along with the remains of Pod Person's double, still steaming beneath it. The combustion let out a blast of heat so intense they could feel it across the street. No one had to bother speculating on what it caused. The explosion, as seconds later, the familiar form of blunderbuss came crashing to the ground, the end of his mighty weapon still smoking, slightly squat, thick and with the all but trademarked beard. Wonderbuss was impossible to mistake for anyone else, even without his giant gun. Above him swirled the familiar whines of Roto, who descended gracefully with another person, gripped carefully in her flying vortex, although to say person might have been a bit of a stretch. The creature that landed on the concrete was a hybrid of dozens of animals, none of them exactly what one would call cuddly, despite such a fierce appearance. The creature immediately swept the area upon landing with a quick, cunning intelligence. Its eyes, feline and golden, squinted slightly when they rested on Arcanicus's barrier, but eventually that gaze continued past them. That should put the fear of all nine hells into them, Blunderbuss declared, whipping his gun around and resting it on his shoulder. Now go charging in and take their weapons away. After that you bundle them up nice and tight, for the police been tracking this crew for a while, and none of them are met up, so it should be an easy fight. Just remember not to be too hard on them. Scratches and bruises can make for the wrong kind of sympathy. Good luck, Medley, Roto said, her voice so soft it was nearly impossible to hear. From across the street, we're here if you need us, but you can handle this. It's your debut, so take your time and do the best you can. The creature, Medley presumably, nodded its shaggy head and moved toward the door. For a split second its eyes veered off track, and he looked at Arcanicus's barrier again. But soon the sound of a gun cocking echoed, drawing its attention to the task at hand. With more grace than its form would have betrayed, Medley leapt inside, greeted immediately by the screams of the would-be diamond thieves. Lovely, lovely, sounds like he's handling them. No problem, Blunderbuss said. Gunshots fill the air. Their tinny pops, nothing like what he'd let loose, yet still unmistakable. The sound halted suddenly a few seconds later. Roto, is the press on their way? The call was supposed to go out 3 minutes after we left, so based on current response times, it seems likely, Roto replied. Apollo definitely said, we shouldn't have Medley debut in the daytime, right? Having him work under cover of night, I feel like it's going to do more harm than good. Testing data shows people were far more weirded out by seeing Medley in sunshine than shadow his presence at night. At least measures with what they expect of someone who looks like him. Blunderbuss glanced the flickering fire of the freshly exploded car. Maybe we should move this a little out of the way, though might make him look menacing. I told you not to shoot it, Roto said as she created a new swirling vortex beneath what remained of the vehicle. The wreckage rose slowly but progressively, until she shifted it several feet out of the way and placed it back on the ground. "I didn't want the damn crooks to scatter," Blunderboss defended. "Hunting them down would have thrown off the timetable. This got them all the hole up in one spot." "Maybe so, but you also flung debris. And what looks like brake fluid all over the ground." Roto leaned in closer, examining one of the small, still steaming puddles of goop. "I mean, it can't be oil. That much is obvious. But I've never seen brake fluid this color either. Car must have really been in need of a tune-up." "Wait a damn minute." Blunderbuss hungered down to his knees, carefully inspecting the remaining goop on the ground. "And that, my dear rookies, is our cue to leave," Pod Person announced. "Between the fact that cops and reporters are en route, and old Blondie preparing to put two and two together, we are best getting when the getting is good. I'll keep a barrier woven over us until we're out of sight," Arcanica said. "Doing one on the fly means I won't be good for much else, but I should be able to manage for at least a block." With that, he lowered his head, pressed his hands together, and began to mutter softly under his breath. Pod Person took charge, guiding Arcanakas by the shoulders and motioning for the apprentices to follow along. Together they walked as quietly as they could, away from the scene, not pausing or stopping, until they were several blocks away from the action. At which point Arcanakas let his spell end. They proceeded to head back to downtown, protected now only by the pendants around their necks. It seemed things had gone their way in the end. A good demonstration of dealing with capes, a little knowledge of how to work in the field, and no one had gotten seen or noticed. They'd made it through their first night without any apparent negative effects whatsoever. Apollo watched as the group walked through the streets, his golden glowing eyes easily piercing the pathetic spells of a tired mage. Like Arcanicus, he stood perched atop a nearby building, careful to stay unseen by both the villains and his fellow capes. Medley was a powerful Meta with ample potential, and while he wanted to make sure the debut went just as they planned, Apollo couldn't have the others know. He was checking up on them. That would be bad for morale and worse for trust. Going to stop them. Lady Shade stood near him, her cloak of endless shadows concealing his constant glow. It wasn't often that Apollo needed to do things covertly, but when the occasion arose, she was the one he trusted to make it happen. It certainly didn't hurt that her powers made getting around much easier, and that she trusted him enough to not question his orders. "Certainly not," Apollo said, grabbing his chest as if wounded. "For one thing, we've got no proof they had anything to do with tonight's robbery. That is to say, we've got nothing. A capable lawyer couldn't turn into reasonable doubt. Anyway, besides, the last thing I want to do is split the media's focus. Tonight is about Medley and his spectacular debut, not about us bringing in bystanders with magical equipment. For questioning, he caught his criminals red-handed. The whole thing tied up so nicely, I may as well have put a bow on it for him. More arrests complicate things, and the debut needs to be simple. If you say so, but you sure we're watching them closely? For someone you don't want to bust." Lady Shade glanced over the edge of the building. Unlike Apollo, she could only make out 6 distinct shapes. Amid the crew of escaping villains, details were lost to her even. Their relative size and shape were hard to pin down. Despite both having powers that were magical in origin, it was clear she and Apollo resided in entirely different leagues. Perhaps you can't tell, but of the 6 down there, for a people I've never seen before, that wasn't entirely true actually. One of them, the woman with the long brown hair, did seem familiar, but Apollo couldn't figure out where he might know her from. He knew she'd never been hauled in for villainy, though that would have stuck in his mind. I'm committing their faces to memory, making sure I'll be properly prepared for when they don their masks and come mocking about in our nice, orderly world. Newbies, huh? guess? That confluence gave their guild a few fresh recruits. As well, Lady Shade squinted, the pale skin around her mousy eyes bunching up, as she tried to make out more details in the vague shapes below. But doesn't it make more sense to try and pop them now, before they're skilled enough to actually be a problem? You could at least zip down and put a healthy dose of fear into them. Apollo reached out and put an arm around Lady Shade. The sort of friendly gesture she'd long ago learned was meant to be reassuring. Not romantic so far as she knew. Apollo didn't have time for romance in his life. All he saw was the AHC and his place in it, that my friend would be doing a disservice to our own new recruits. Do you know what superheroes need above all else? What gives us purpose reminds the people that we matter, ensures that we will always have a place in this world. Villains Lady Shade replied, "We have to have criminals and matters to fight. Otherwise, why would we be needed?" Precisely, Apollo said, "They are evil certainly, but unnecessary evil, and when our new group of heroic champions is ready to go into the world, they will need villains to fight. The older, more experienced members of that guild are too wily and too dangerous to be their prey, but the new ones now, they are the sort that might just make some mistakes. I don't want to stop them tonight. There's no point in picking a fruit before it's ripe. Better to wait until there's a need to take them." He watched the group move through his street, golden eyes gleaming, in spite of Lady Shade's efforts to dim them. Even villains can have their uses from time to time. Chapter 43. By the time Friday morning rolled around, Torai was equal parts grateful to Yvonne for getting her the week off, and mutinous at the thought of having to deal with work and training when the next week started. Thus far the week had gone well, or at least less chaotically than their first night out. Tuesday, Arcaticus had sent them off into town with a list of various items they had to retrieve, the only condition being that they turned over their wallets first. Some returned to shoplifting to complete the list. Others used charm to get their way. For her part, Torai simply found a shipping warehouse that had everything she needed, snuck in as living fire, then made her way out under the cover of darkness. Wednesday was another tag-along event, this time in Greenland, where they watched a bank get expertly robbed. Double Down and Slipshod were masterful to watch. They even slipped in counterfeit money in place of what they took, long delaying anyone's realization that a theft had even occurred. It was strange to see the scale the guild worked on. From low-level capers, like the one Pod person had planned, to elaborate international heists that brought in millions of dollars. It really was a place where everyone worked at their own comfort level, so long as they stuck to the code. Thursday had left her the most drained, since it entailed a whole evening walking into various locations to try and spot undercover cops or worse capes. The endless rotations of clubs, bars, and street corners, coupled with the fact that she tied with Warren for the fewest undercover officers noticed, meant Torai had to drag herself through most of Friday's work on her Meta suit. Much as she might have wanted to take a break, she knew there wouldn't be any chance to work on it through the weekend, since Yvonne's kids would be coming over again. That meant more combat training at the guild, which barely gave her enough free time to eat, let alone solder delicate circuitry in place. Things were going well though. She had her fingers crossed that by this time next week, she might just have a functioning prototype. There would be improvements to make, there always were, but for the moment, she just wanted something that worked. Whatever job they decided to pull off, Torai would feel a lot better going into it. With a full suit of tech strapped to her body, it was past 1 in the afternoon when she finally emerged from the basement, blurry-eyed and with a crick in her back from so many hours spent. Bent over the table to her surprise, there was a plate of sandwiches sitting out. carefully covered with saran wrap Yvonne generally held to. The belief that she would eat during meal times or prepare food herself, which made the gesture nice but suspicious. "You look like hell." His voice caught her by surprise, and she spun to find him sitting in a recliner, a thick book open in his hands. He cocked an eyebrow at her reaction, and Torai fought down the urge to blush. "Yeah, you look like, I don't know, an old guy. Wasn't old enough for as old as he fuck. I've got nothing." She went to the fridge and reached for a beer, then thought better of it and grabbed a soda. There was still a lot of daylight to get through, not to mention night training once the sun set. She was better served by a caffeine boost than by alcohol, even if it was in small amounts. "I think you should take a nap after lunch," Yvonne said once she returned to the kitchen table. Torai fumbled with the saran wrap, needing 3 tries to get to her sandwiches. She took a large bite of the nearest sandwich. She could grab it, it'd be nice, she agreed, "but I've got too much work to do. I'll fuel up on coffee and energy drinks before we train tonight." "Don't worry, perhaps you misunderstand. I was not saying that as Yvonne, your caretaker. I was saying it as pseudonym. Your teacher." Torai swallowed her bite of sandwich hard, feeling it moved through her throat like a small brick. Yvonne didn't play the apprentice card too often. He liked to let her make her own mistakes, as she learned if he was throwing it down now, it meant things were either about to get very serious, or he was sincerely worried about her safety. "Do I need to sleep that bad? You'll be far better served if you have your wits about you this evening," Yvonne replied, turning his attention back to his book. "And caffeine is a poor substitute for genuine awareness. Spend your afternoon as you wish." This is just my opinion on the matter. Both of them knew his opinion was usually more than just that, at least when he cared enough to share it. Torai wolfed down the rest of her lunch, the hunger she'd been ignoring all morning, finally making itself known, and guzzled down her soda once that was done. She considered heading back to the lab for a few more minutes, just to finish up what she'd been working on, but before the idea could take root, Torai recognized it for the slippery slope it was. As soon as she went in there, time would lose all meaning, and before she knew it, the hour to head off to the guild would have arrived. Granted, that had been her plan until a few minutes ago, but she decided to heed Yvonne's advice instead. Heading up to our garage apartment, Torai squeezed in a quick shower, dressed in some comfortable pajamas, and laid down in her bed. She had a book in hand, anticipating needing a little winding down time before her brain would allow her the sweet release of slumber. This proved to be unnecessary. No more than a minute after her head hit the pillow, Torai Rivas was fast asleep and softly snoring. Hours later, when a knock on the door from Yvonne startled her awake, she would swear she had just closed her eyes seconds prior, which only went to show how right he'd been about her need for sleep, especially with the long night she had ahead of her. "I seriously hate you for dragging me into this," Johnny said, hefting a case of mid-range beer higher in his arms. It was clearly weighing him down, which was all the more embarrassing when contrasted with the fact that Thuggernaut was carrying an entire poker table over his head. Even Arachno Bro was easily carting around a dozen shopping bags on his long furry arms. "At all you want, just don't jostle the beer," Thuggernaut ordered. He kept walking at the same pace, refusing to let Johnny's whining slow them down. "And don't sneak any either there for tonight, which I maintain is something the male members of the council should be doing, since all the women are the ones putting together the girls' night." Johnny adjusted his grip on the beer once more, trying to keep the cardboard from cutting into his palms while the villain known as Johnny Three Dicks had plenty of talents. Enhanced strength wasn't one of them. Nor were invulnerable palms. Great idea, Arachno Bro said, his words coming out slightly slurred due to the mandibles protruding from his mouth. We'll just get Pseudonym, who only comes for required guild matters. Balaam, who's even an asshole to his own apprentice, and Dr. Mechaniacal, the man burdened with running a Fortune 500 company, in a guild of criminals to spend their Friday night hanging out with a pair of apprentices. I never said it would be easy, Johnny mumbled half-heartedly. Dr. Mechanical was nice enough to give us access to one of the fancier lounges and let us expense all the refreshments. Thuggernaut reminded them, if we want to welcome the guys in, it's up to us to put in the actual work. I think Pod Person and Organicus might stop by too. Arachno Bro stepped carefully to the side as Thuggernaut navigated through a doorway with his table, then let Johnny Potter pass. Said they wanted to see the rookies off the clock. What they heard we had free booze. Johnny pointed out, which is how you baited me into this. So I suppose I can't give them too much grief. Though I should point out that they aren't here helping us hold the supplies. No, they actually helped out with the training. Thuggernaut said they arrived outside of a wide metal door none of them had been through before. Reaching over, Thuggernaut pressed his thumb to a digital pad adjacent to the handle. A small beep could be heard and the door swung open. Carefully maneuvering his table, Thuggernaut walked up the red carpeted stairs into a sweeping room. Damn, Johnny let out a soft whistle as he surveyed their surroundings. This almost makes me wanna earn enough to make it to the executive level. I didn't even know we had spots like this. The room was covered in the same lush red carpet that swabbed the stairs. Several recliners and a large couch were scattered around, far nicer than the ones in the general lounges. A bar staffed by a pair of robotic butlers occupied the far corner of the room. Televisions were dotted about, as were tablets, for those who wanted to surf the web while hanging out. This is nothing, Arachno Bro told him once. I robbed a gold reserve and actually made it to the guild's top 10% of earners. You should see the executive break rooms. More robots, free everything. It's nuts. I spent so much time enjoying the facilities that I forgot to pull any jobs, and after a month it was back to the common quarters. Thuggernaut set the table down in a clear spot near the center of the room. He was only guessing, but he suspected the Dr. Mechaniacal had specifically altered the room's layout just for their use. Otherwise, the arrangement of furniture didn't make much sense. I think it's smarter, Dr. Mechanical, to let us use this space. Good chance to show the kids what they can get if they put in the work. Oh, that word. Johnny shivered, shaking his shoulders so hard that the lapels of his suit began to flap. If I wanted to work, I'd stuck to a normal life. Thank you very much. I prefer to do things that are fun, especially if they result in me taking home a significant amount of someone else's money. Right, so Johnny doesn't get to talk tonight. Arachno Brothers suggested. I've known him for over a decade. If you can find a way to shut him up, I'll pay you half my earnings for the next 6 months. Thuggernaut offered. Johnny's ears perked up visibly. If that deal goes to anyone in the room, I think we might be able to make an arrangement. Not happening. You just find some loophole to weasel through. Thuggernaut adjusted the table once, then grabbed a few of the recliners and began setting them up around it. As he worked, Arachno Bro and Johnny took their supplies to the bar, where the robots immediately began putting things away. By the time they finished watching the MMA fight at the Ridge City Arena and Civic Center, everything would be properly chilled or heated. As serving demanded, they come back to play cards with a big meal waiting for them. If pushed, Thuggernaut might have admitted the festivities were a little trite for his sensibilities. He much preferred the opera to physical combat, seeing as he got enough of that in his line of work. Dealing with 2 young men, however, men playing the odds and picking things that were most likely to be at least a little fun to all involved, violence and drinking. were solid bets for their age group, especially when one factored in that they were the type of people to join a guild of villains regardless. The point of the evening wasn't the activities themselves, it was the bonding that would occur during them. Now that the rookies were this far along, it would be beneficial to give them some rotes and connections beyond just their teachers. The more people they knew, the better off they'd be. If they made it to full membership, Bugger not tried not to think about that. If as he continued to set things up, the best he could do was prepare his own apprentice and hope that when the time came, she proved herself worthy. Plus, if he started worrying now, he'd inevitably let his mind begin to ponder exactly what Zealous had in store for the women, and if he started down that path, he'd be a useless bundle of nerves all night long. "There's my guy." Apollo walked into the gym, breezing past the half-dozen other rookies who were giving Ren a wide berth. As he used the bench press, Donald was standing over him. Technically a spotter though, they both knew. Anything Ren couldn't lift was well beyond his league. While Donald wasn't really the gym type, Ren was constantly exercising, and since he was the only friend Donald had made in the AHC, he decided to try and share the interest. It helped that a week of working in an office full of people that were wary of him had left Donald with the uncharacteristic desire to burn off some frustration. "Medley, my boy, your test scores have been coming back, and they are just great," Apollo announced. With one hand he grabbed the bar laden with weights, lifted them easily from Ren's clawed hands, and set it down back on the rack. Several noticed this feat of strength, but few were surprised by it. Apollo wasn't one of the world's most famous superheroes. For nothing, they are. Ren set up carefully, a bit dubious of such claims. He'd been warned over and over again that his looks might hinder the public's response to him, which was why his image needed to be so carefully managed. "They are. You are testing about where we expected. With adults, most find you scary, but since you're on the side of the good guys, they're okay with it. But guess what? Kids, the most marketable and impressionable demographic out there, they freaking love you. Think you look like a creature from some animated movie or such nonsense. Point is, you are scoring way above what we predicted with them." Apollo lifted his hand high overhead, and after a moment's pause, Ren took the cue and gave him a high five, at least with Apollo. He didn't have to worry about accidentally breaking his bones or stabbing him with his claws. "That's great," Donald said, patting his friend on the furry, scaly shoulder. "It sure is, and in celebration, I come bearing a gift," Apollo said from behind his back. He produced a silver bracelet, no less than 5 inches wide, with runes and inscriptions etched all over the metal surface. "Truth is, we'd ordered this for you a while back, but it happened to be ready today, so I'm going to call it a congratulatory present." Thank you." Ren accepted the odd piece of silver. More gauntlet than bracelet, if you were being honest. It was certainly interesting looking, though Ren wasn't sure it went well with the primal image he had. Apollo, clearly noting Ren's confusion, only smiled wider. "Try it on, Medley. I promise you won't be disappointed." Ren carefully fitted the bracelet over his thick forearm, surprised by how much give it had. No sooner had it slipped across his flesh than the bottom part clicked, the two sections interlocking to form a complete circle around his wrist. The gasp from Donald was the first clue that something had changed, and as Ren examined the flesh around his wrist, he realized what it was. There was flesh around his wrist. Pink human, normal-looking flesh. Tentatively he reached out, running a finger along his skin. It felt real, sort of. If he pushed too hard he could sense the fur and scales that were really there. But that was only if you really tried. "It's just an illusion," Apollo cautioned, watching as Ren rose from the bench to examine himself in one of the gym's many mirrors. As you know, we can't give you back a true human form, but with this you can go back out into the world. Hit a bar, eat at a restaurant, do anything you want. Ren stared at the face looking back at him. It wasn't his own. The size of his new body would have made that impossible. Instead, he looked like a competitive bodybuilder. All wide shoulders and a thick, nearly non-existent neck. No, this face wasn't his, but it was human. A tear slid down the pink skin of his normal face. As Ren turned around to face Apollo, thank you so much." Even his voice sounded different, less animalistic. For the first time since the night of the storm, Ren felt a flicker of hope in his stomach. A normal life was gone, that much was true. But now he wasn't quite as trapped as he had been. Now there were possibilities other than being a monster. "Hey, you earned it," Apollo said, "and if you're going to do this job, you need to be able to go out and let off a little steam here and there. In fact, I order you to do exactly that tonight. You the cyber geek. Go out and take the bracelet for a test drive. Try a bar or a club or something fun. We already had some clothes brought to your rooms, so you can pick a stylish outfit to go with the new look." Donald wasn't really one for going out to loud social places, but one glance at Ren told him that refusal wasn't on the table. Somehow the illusion was conveying his expression on the false face, and Ren was so overwhelmed with excitement by the idea that Donald wasn't shocked he hadn't sprinted out of the gym already. Whether it was his kind of scene or not was irrelevant. Ren was his friend, and this night would do him a world of good. Plus it would mean ending the workout early, which Donald most certainly was in favor of. "Let's hit the showers," Donald said. "After that, you can come to my room and we'll make a game plan." Chapter 44. Tonight we are your instructors. Zealous in tone, no sooner had Torai arrived at the guild than she'd been hustled upstairs into a large room she'd never seen before, filled with every female member of the council. As well as Beverly, Lance and Warren were nowhere to be seen. Whatever was on the docket, she found herself grateful. Yvonne had urged her to take the nap. This was clearly more than just another night of training. "We have planned an itinerary, secured transportation, and provided you with the necessary equipment. You are to go into the changing rooms. We've set up and get ready for the night's activities, which will only be revealed to you once we are en route." Zealous pointed to a pair of curtained-off areas, no doubt only set up hours before, given their level of construction. "Beverly, you are in stall no. 1. Torai, you're in stall no. 2. The rest of us will wait out here until you're ready." Behind Zeals stood the other 3 councilwomen. Expressions unreadable. Morgana and Stasis weren't adorned in their usual costumes. Story noted instead, they had sweeping cloaks that covered them from head to toe, even their faces, obscured by the hoods drawn high overhead. Gork looked just as she usually did, which was to say giant and gray, though there was a gleaming headband just above her eyebrows that Torai didn't recall seeing before. No one was talking, so it seemed the only way to learn what was going on was to follow orders. Until they let her in on the secret, Torai and Beverly made their way into the makeshift changing rooms. Pulling back the curtain, Torai found herself staring at a wide space with a small rack of clothing, a mirror, and a wide chair, all of that aligned with what she'd been expecting. But as she checked the outfit waiting for her, Torai got her first surprise of the night. It was not a new costume or some sort of camouflage. Instead, it was a black and red ensemble that would look more at home on a model than a villain. Zeals, Beverly said, sounding uncharacteristically uncertain. "Why are we dressing like this? Sorry, apprentice. But we're not taking questions right now." Zeals yelled back, "All you need to know is that tonight, you'll learn how to blend in without the use of magical pendants." That explained more than Tori had hoped for. Archanakas had told them he rented out his obfuscation pendants so using them all the time was bound to be expensive. Learning to blend in despite being out of their element was a skill that was bound to come up more and more. As they took on new jobs with a grunt of determination, Torai shed her apprentice costume and slipped into the outfit they designed. Her it fit well perfectly, in fact, which was a bit worrying. Until Torai remembered they'd taken her measurements. For her costume she wore black pants, a red blouse, a cropped black jacket that slipped over her shoulders, and a pair of red heels she nearly tumbled out of after the first few steps. Torai had worn heels before. It just hadn't been for quite a while by the time she'd slipped on the last of her accessories. She'd reacquired the knack and emerged from the changing room. With steady steps, Beverly had finished first and was clad in a green dress that matched her eyes and wrapped around to run away that left most, but not quite all up to the viewer's imagination. What was most striking about Beverly had nothing to do with the outfit, however. That honor went to the fact that she was staring, mouth slightly agape, over at the council members. Torai followed her friend's gaze, only to sport her own dumbfounded look seconds later. The apprentices, it seemed, were not the only ones who had been changing. Morgana and Stasis had both shed their cloaks, revealing the stylish outfits beneath them. They'd styled their hair and done more elaborate makeup, as well, making them almost unrecognizable as the two council members Tori had met before. More shocking even than them, however, were Zealous and Gork. Gork still towered over the rest of the group, though by far less of a margin, but now she did so looking like a model. Long pale, blonde hair and a creamy skin tone made her appear as though she hailed from Norway or Sweden or one of those countries Tori knew housed women who were lovely, tall, and blonde. As for Zealous, there wasn't a trace of metal to be seen. She now looked like a tan woman with dark, short cropped hair. It was really only the mischievous grin that gave away her identity, and even with that, Torai wasn't sure she'd have recognized Zealous, if not for a process of elimination. As I said, tonight is about blending in. Something we all need to do from time to time. Zealous told them. Her voice at least was still the same. Some of us do it with heels and makeup, while others use advanced holographic technology, complete with biofeedback. Point is, you never know when. You have to be able to go down and mingle with the masses. And after you both do your makeup, you'll be ready to join us. Morgana plucked a pair of small pouches from the ground and walked over, handing one to each of the apprentices. "Don't worry," she whispered, while standing between them. "Zealous just likes putting on a show. Tonight will be a fun one. If my cohort would stop undermining my attempts at fear-mongering, I'd greatly appreciate it," Zealous said. "Now then, if you'll both go to the bathroom and get your war paint on, we can head into the urban jungle that is Ridge City." With little else to do in the way of options, Torai and Beverly complied and headed toward the restroom. As she walked, pouch of makeup in hand, Torai wondered what on earth Lance and Warren were going through. If they were stuck with the male council members, she didn't envy them in the slightest. Much as she respected Ivan, he wasn't exactly a barrel of fun. And whatever else one could say about the female counselors, the prospect of a night out with them was far from boring, dangerous, and chaotic. Almost certainly just not boring, though Torai didn't know it at that moment. The male apprentices had finished changing into suits and were heading to the garage with Thuggernaut, Johnny, and Arachno Bro. Like Zealous and Gork, Arachno Bro was employing camouflage to conceal his true appearance, while Johnny and Thuggernaut just used nice outfits. Thuggernaut was still obviously a metahuman, as not many normal people were. 10 feet tall and essentially carved from muscle. Since he didn't have to worry about being recognized, Thuggernaut didn't bother hiding what he was, though he did make sure to buy the seats behind him. at any given sporting event he went to, so as not to obstruct anyone's view. While this might have been viewed as an act of kindness, it was also one of self-protection. People who got blocked sometimes decided to be confrontational, and Thug or not prefer to keep a low profile, something that was hard to do. When forced to beat people senseless, unlike Tori and Beverly, the men hadn't been given even the slightest hints at where they were going. All they were told was to change, not ask questions, and be ready for anything. Lance was convinced they were about to go rob a casino, while Warren worried they were being marched to attend a guild member's funeral. Luckily, they wouldn't be in the dark for much longer, as it was a short trip to their first destination, where all would be made clear. While Warren would be greatly relieved by the truth, Lance would find himself just the slightest bit disappointed. He'd been pretty set on the casino robbery idea. That would come later, though. At the moment, they merely marched down the stairs, flanked by their senior guild members, who were working as hard as they could. Not to smirk and giggle, it was supposed to be a serious time, at least until they got to the fight, but the silliness and fun of what they were doing kept worming through their minds. They fought to suppress the smiles that wanted to bloom on their faces, but in their attempts to look stoic, all three men appeared to be suffering from stomach issues, which only confused Lance and Warren all the more so. It was that five men, three looking like they were fighting the urge to sprint for a toilet and to looking extremely confused, entered the garage, only about 10 minutes before their female counterparts. They made it into the SUV 5 minutes before Tori and Beverly's transportation arrived, which turned out to be a piece of very fortunate timing. Luxurious and practical though the SUV was, the guys would have been stricken by envy at the sight of what waited to bring the others. Out on the town, when Tori laid eyes on the limo, her first thought was that it would probably cost more than her yearly pay at Vandalia just to fill up its gas tank. Her second was to wonder why on earth they needed not only a limo, but one that looked like it had been cross-bred with a Humvee. That question, at least, was quickly answered as Gork ducked her head as she squeezed through the back door. Tori had allowed herself to forget that, holograms aside, this vehicle was still carting around a woman who was made entirely out of metal, as well as one who Tori suspected to be at least 30% rock. That sort of weight was bound to wear down the shocks on a regular vehicle. Plus, this afforded them all enough room to travel in comfort. While appearing ostentatious, it was in fact a purely pragmatic way to get about town. Had she floated this theory by Zealous, the robot woman would have blinked a few times, then completely agreed with her that of course, that was why this limo had been chosen. She would have done so. In spite of the truth that Zealous merely liked it, Tori did not offer up her theory, however, so she didn't get the chance to have it disproven. Through a lazy half-hearted lie, once everyone was boarded, Morgana pulled out one of the many champagne bottles from the large cooler in the bar area, the limo popping the cork with an expert flair, and not letting so much as a single bubble spill onto the carpeted floor. "Tonight we are heading out on the town," Morgana said, filling the first champagne flute and passing it off to Stasis, who kept handing it along. "And as such we will be pretending to be civilians. That means from this point on, we are no longer to refer to each other by our guild names as of this moment. You can call me Lynn, Stasis will be Stacy, Gork is Gretchen, and Zealous is Alexis. You two already know each other's names, obviously." She continued to pour, filling flute after flute, until the only empty hand in the limo, robotic driver notwithstanding, was her own. Morgana Lynn, for the evening, carefully filled her glass, set the bottle back in the cooler, and lifted her own flute. "Now that we are officially out on the town, it's my pleasure to tell you that this evening's training is in networking, specifically getting to know your superiors in the guild, and having a little fun while you're at it. We do have quite a night planned, though none of it involves crime. At least not until Zealous, pardon me, Alexis gets a wild hair up her ass to cause mischief. But we're going to start things off with a toast. To you, to the apprentices who've made it this far. Well, neither of you might have chosen this path. If given the choice, are you glad you did? Both of you have the potential to be fine members of this guild. And when the time for your last trial arrives, know that we'll be rooting for you from the sidelines. Cheers. Lynn tossed back her glass of champagne. And moments later, so did everyone else. Gretchen was the only one not to finish hers, merely taking a respectful sip before setting down the glass. It rested in the mobile cup holder for no more than a few seconds before Alexis snatched it up and guzzled down the bubbly liquid. So I have a question, Beverly said, choosing her words carefully, but I'm not sure if it's offensive to ask or not. The last thing I want to do is start this night off by making a social error. She'd do well if she ran for the council. Stacy commented, your sentiment is noted. Lynn replied, ignoring Stacy, go ahead and ask, we'll tell you if it's out of line. Okay, I was just wondering, Alexis, how do you eat and drink stuff? Wouldn't it mess up your circuitry? Beverly asked. Alexis killed the last of Gretchen's champagne and set down the glass with a smile. That's probably a borderline question in general. But since it's me, you're fine, without getting too bogged down in science of it. I have a system that turns the food in liquid. I drink into energy just like humans. It's part of what helps power me, though it's easily the least efficient method in use. One of the holdovers from my days as a fuck toy. It's actually the same reason I came equipped with a holographic generator. Tech Lord liked to be able to take me out without people realizing he built his own girlfriend. Her usual half-mad cheer seemed to dissipate a bit. Toward the end of the explanation, a venomous thread of hatred worming its way through Alexis's words. Beverly's eyes got so round, Tori could see the lines where eyeshadow ended. While Tori had recognized Alexis from the moment they met, Beverly wasn't a technology-obsessed science geek who would know about the first artificial intelligence to sue for its freedom. Before Beverly could blurt out something that might be taken the wrong way, Tori set a hand on her fellow apprentice's arm. Did you know all artificially created intelligence of a certain level has the right to emancipate itself from its creator? It's called Zealous's Law, named after the courageous mechanical woman who sued to be free from the cape who crafted her. Tori explained, had a feeling you'd know about that. Alexa said. The dark tone seemed to vanish from her voice, replaced by more of the happy noise that Tori was only now beginning to suspect covered much deeper scars. Most of the original me has been changed out over the years, but I like food, so I kept the stomach, added some taste buds though. So now I can actually appreciate what I'm eating. Speaking of which, how far out are we from the restaurant? Only another 5 minutes or so. Stacy told her 5 minutes. Sweet Jesus, someone hand me that bottle of champagne. I'm not going to survive if I have to wait an entire 5 minutes. Without waiting for anyone to actually comply with her request, Alexis reached over, grabbed the neck of the open bottle, and gleefully sipped down the remainder of the sparkling wine. Nice to know. This won't be different than any of our other girls' nights out, Stacy chuckled under her breath. Tori and Beverly exchanged worried glances, which only went to show that the week spent training with the guild had succeeded in heightening their ability to sense impending trouble. Chapter 45. Not for the first time that evening, Donald adjusted his tie well. He'd been perfectly content to go with Ren, wearing a t-shirt and jeans. Barney and Jessica had been waiting for him the minute he approached his room. As a new member of the AHC, he had a certain image to project, which meant not going out to high-end clubs looking slovenly. And the clubs they were going to would be high-end, as would the restaurant where they grabbed dinner, while the AHC wouldn't go so far as to alert the press that one of the town's newest superheroes would be out and about. They certainly weren't going to risk people snapping pictures of him in jeans at a burger joint. So they dressed him, made reservations at a restaurant Donald couldn't imagine being able to afford, and booked a roped-off VIP area in a newly opened club, all on the HC's dime, thankfully, before car service picked him and ran up, unlike Donald's own expression. His friend's false face was brimming with excitement, his squat neck swiveling as he looked out the windows. At the lights of downtown Ridge City, it occurred to Donald for the first time that aside from busting the would-be diamond thieves, Ren probably hadn't left headquarters since the day he was transformed. Moments later, another thought struck him, and Donald's eyes went wide as a curse escaped his mouth. Oh shit, what? In an instant, the joy was gone from Ren's face. In its place was a primal, fierce gaze. He was ready for whatever threat might have interrupted their night, and intended to make anyone responsible for ruining his first evening of freedom paid dearly. I just realized I known outside my mask, but your face is brand new. If we go out like this, you'll be linked to hanging out with a cape, and your anonymity goes out the window. Is that all? Ren eased back into his seat, the tension melting away, as an easy smile took its place. Don't worry, Apollo already briefed me on that, and taught me how to deal with it. Turns out, the doodad they gave me is more than a one-trick pony. Ren held up his wrist, where a projection of a fashionable watch concealed the magical bracelet. Touching it gently with his left hand, it looked to Donald as if he were simply adjusting the dial. Ren's face and skin tone began to shift in seconds. He no longer resembled the man Donald had gone into the car with. With another quick spin, the image shifted once more, going back to the original setting, multifunctional, in case I ever need to have different cover identities. Ren explained they went all out on it, so don't worry. Even if people see this version of me tonight, I can always look like someone else if I want to go unnoticed later, but I don't mind having an identity that's associated with the AHC if I'm doing the work. It might be nice to get a little recognition from time to time. Doesn't seem like there's much chance of that not happening. Donald peered out the window, noting all the people on the streets, making their way to various places of entertainment. His usual social anxiety had his stomach churning. A sensation made all the worse by the fear that people might recognize him, the weight on his own wrist, a compact device tucked away beneath his sleeves, and pre-programmed with a myriad of digital items to draw at his fingertips, seemed much heavier than it should. Given the choice, Donald would have left without it. But on that point there had been zero wiggle room. Every member of the AHC was expected to have whatever tools were needed for their power on them at all times. One never knew when trouble would break out, or they'd be called into the field. For better or worse, he was a superhero now, and that meant there was no true time off. If the need arose, he was expected to act. Donald tried not to think about that. As they rolled down the streets, it was a Friday evening. In a town that most of the nation superheroes called home, things would be fine. He and Ren would have a fun night out. That was all he hoped. Dinner at the Gerhardt home that evening was a simple, low tumultuous event. Ivan made pizzas in the oven, a Friday tradition, dating back to when he'd had no free time, and simply ordered them from a nearby delivery place. Annette planned on settling in with his kids to watch a movie. Unfortunately, Rick's chief goal was to slip away from the family event and go off to a party with his friends. A reminder from Ivan that he was still grounded for sneaking out had gone over about as well as could be expected. With a teenager Eventually, Rick gave up and settled in to watch the movie, an easily forgettable comedy that left Ivan wishing he were still inclined to break the law, as he would have happily beaten his rental fee out of the actors on the screen. With nothing in the movie to distract his thoughts, they inevitably wandered to the guild and what was occurring that evening. Torai would be fine, Ivan had no worry about that. In spite of how she could come off zealous, was dependable when the occasion truly demanded it, not to mention, she was one of the most powerful members of the guild. Working hand in hand with Wade had elevated her technology to a place no one else on Earth would easily match, paired with Morgana, Gork, and Stasis. No army in existence could harm the apprentices, to say nothing of the sort of things they might encounter in Rich City, certain capes of near demigod level notwithstanding. Of course, strangely enough, what Ivan found himself more concerned with was the fact that Thuggernet and Johnny were hosting a guys' night for the two other apprentices. Without a single council member in attendance, not that there weren't good reasons. Wade was far too busy and Balaam wasn't exactly at the top of anyone's guest list, but he felt a curious pain of guilt at the fact that he could have made time for it. Ivan couldn't imagine why he cared about such an event. He'd worked as hard as he could to stay only tenuously linked to the guild. He'd probably missed countless such nights, without even a single thought spared. Yet here he was wondering if he shouldn't at least try to make an appearance. Part of it was Torai's influence. Obviously, she dragged him further back into the guild than anyone in years had managed. Ivan suspected that was part of why Wade tasked him with teaching her in the first place, but it was more than just that. Now that he was partially back in, he was seeing more, knowing more, and consequently caring more, absent-mindedly. Ivan reached out and ruffled his daughter's hair. Rick was too grown to enjoy such displays of fatherly affection, but thankfully Beth still embraced them. Ivan cared for very little in the world, but he loved his children dearly and was impossibly grateful. They'd been spared from seeing his world. It was only luck and lots of planning that had kept them away from any confluences or accidents that might turn them into matters. There had been numerous occasions where, if things had gone differently, they could have been the ones found wandering in the street, causing want and destruction with their new powers. How involved would he have been if they were the ones the guild brought through the door, scared and desperate to understand what was happening, hoping against hope that they might find a way to control the unnatural abilities thrust upon them? It was impossible to say for certain, since a hypothetical was just that, but he suspected he would do more. And perhaps he still could, only after the movie was done and his children were asleep. Obviously, helping at the guild was all well and good. However, Ivan always put his own family first, no matter what else might occur. He would protect these two above all others. That was a truth Ivan clung to. One he used to keep his more irresponsible urges in check. It was a reason that fueled him when the rare, true monster threatened to destroy the entire planet. Nothing else mattered more, not old grudges or alliances, not even working with people he hated. His children made him take up fights he would have never bothered with, and oftentimes the presence of Ivan Gerhardt had made an important difference, though they didn't know it. Rick and Beth had, albeit inadvertently, saved the world on several occasions. After the lively affair that was dinner, in which Gretchen put down 5 entrees in front of an astonished staff, and Alexis ran up a $300 tab on wine, everyone piled back into the limo and headed off to the next destination. Torai knew they were going to hit a club or bar she couldn't imagine. The counselors had gotten everyone this dressed up just to eat, but her dearth of knowledge regarding the Ridge City party scene meant she didn't recognize the glow of neon and flash of spotlights as the limo pulled up to a 4-story building. with a line stretching around the block. "No freaking way," Beverly said, staring out the window. "Like there was gold littering the streets. You got us into the Spectre Lounge. I know a dozen people who've tried to get in. Since it opened and none of them had any luck. Your associates don't have our connections," Alexis replied cheerfully. "Let's just say that between money and influence, guild members don't often bother with lines or waiting lists." The limo pulled to a stop next to the curb, where those stuck waiting, with the faintest hope of entry, watched as the 6 women piled out of their ride, with as much grace as each could manage. This turned out to be a pretty fair amount, with the exception of Torai, who lost her balance thanks to the damn heels, and nearly took a tumble to the ground before she'd fallen more than a few inches. A firm grip had wrapped around her shoulder and halted the descent. Alexis, her reaction time expectedly inhuman, smiled casually as she righted Torai, a grin that said all too clearly the apprentice would be getting ridiculed for his slip once they were indoors, outside the limo, and with both feet firmly on the ground. Tori took the opportunity to get a sense of the building and was suitably impressed. It was a vast expanse of real estate, probably formerly an office building, now converted for its new purpose. A silver sign rested just above the entrance. The words Spectre Lounge, lit by white neon around the letters. Spotlights from the top of the building flashed and wove intermittently, drawing the attention of everyone on the street, not just those trying to gain entry from inside. A slight bass throb could be heard, pumping through the walls. A sharp whistle from Beverly broke Torai's spell. She looked around to find that Lynn was leading the group, up to the 3 bouncers who stood overseeing the line. The largest of them saw their approach and stepped forward. He met them with careful assessing eyes, trying to figure out if they were asking an innocent question or about to make trouble. Torai couldn't make out what Lynn said to the muscular man, who she'd have considered more impressive, if not for the time spent around people like thug or not. But in the span of 10 seconds, his tough guy persona melted away. In its place was a man who could not have been more accommodating, as he pulled aside the decorative rope and pushed open the front door like a caged tiger. The music came bursting through the entrance, nearly bowling Torai over with its ferocity. "Don't worry," Stacy assured her. "Where we are going, it's not nearly as bad, though not at all." Certain what to make of such a cryptic statement, Torai followed the others as they walked forward, noting the angry whispers that rose up from the people in line. She couldn't say she blamed them. If this were a place she actually wanted to be, it would have been infuriating to watch others stroll in so casually. Then Torai was through the door, and all thoughts of the world outside, or the people still in line, completely vanished from her mind. Spectre Lounge was decorated entirely in a scheme of silver, white and purple. Those hues ran through the entire establishment, from the numerous bars stationed throughout the area to the massive dance floor that occupied almost the entirety of the ground floor, to the DJ booth overlooking all the rising badas, to the 3 upper floors that provided a panoramic view of the giant orgy of motion that occurred below. Even more striking than the place itself were the people inside. Toria felt a bit overdressed at dinner, but now she felt like she wandered into a fashion show. Wearing sweats and a stained t-shirt, every person she saw was dressed like they were about to step onto a runway. Most were so stunning and sculpted that her brain soon overlooked and lost the ability to distinguish between them. People were wearing designer everything outfits that cost more than her old motorcycle. And that wasn't even counting the high-dollar accessories. Stacy's gentle hand on her shoulder guided Torai away from the entrance, bringing her back to reality, while simultaneously steering her to their next destination. A few feet away from the front door, guarded by a pair of men that were slimmer than the bouncers, yet immediately recognizable as more dangerous, was a silver elevator. Again Lynn said something. Torai couldn't hear over the music, pounding through her ears. And again the guards parted cordially. All 6 women could easily fit inside the spacious elevator, and when the door shut, Torai found herself overcome with the sudden crush of silence. "Thank goodness," she muttered, her own voice sounding strange to her battered ears. "I felt like I was taking another one of those silver cord robots, sonic attacks by the end. Yeah, they keep it pretty unwelcoming." On the first floor, Alexis agreed. No idea why, but somehow that makes it all the more exclusive. "I tell you the things these places, Paul, yet somehow we're the criminals." Fortunately, the VIP areas offer much more enjoyable accommodations. Lynn pressed the no for on the elevator's panel, which it lit up after a moment. The elevator began to move. Of course, such areas are highly restricted. Generally, only the extravagantly wealthy and famous are allowed. Up to the 4th floor, Stacy chuckled darkly to herself. There's no movie star on earth better known than some of us. I'd say we definitely fit the famous part. Don't be silly, those are the old versions of us. Lynn corrected tonight. We are merely well connected, which I find to be far more enjoyable than infamy. Ever was. The ding of the elevator's arrival interrupted their conversation, doors sliding open to reveal more guards. This pair quickly stepped aside, revealing a sprawling area that visibly wrapped around the open section. In the middle of the building, true to Lynn's word, the music was greatly reduced this high, turning more to background noise than an overpowering presence, Tori suspected. The club had implemented carefully designed acoustics to achieve such an effect. The odd shape of the walls was all the confirmation she required. This area had the same color scheme as the ground floor, though that was one of the few similarities they shared. Here clusters of seeds were carefully grouped together. Tables full of various mixers and liquors set on each one. Torai didn't deal much with the club scene, but she knew enough to understand what bottle service was, along with the fact that it was idiotically expensive. Then again, they were probably on Dr. Mechaniacal's tab tonight, and billionaires had the luxury of making such indulgences. She hoped everyone else up there had a similar fiscal situation. Otherwise, it was shamefully wasteful. While by no means deserted, the top floor of the club was hardly at full capacity. Either scanning the tables already in use, Torai was surprised to recognize a few of the faces present. One had been on a sci-fi show she grew up loving. Another was a famous anchorman who did war correspondence. And one was someone she was pretty certain she'd seen plastered on billboard, selling hand cream. It was curious to see the familiar in such a strange place, and as she turned her head to keep scanning the room, Torai saw a face she knew well, much too well in fact. She felt her stomach twist at the realization that her two separate worlds were about to collide. Sadly, her stomach didn't share this information with her mouth, which spat out words of surprise. Before she could even consider trying to slip by unseen. Holy shit, Donald. Chapter 46. Every ounce of residual annoyance Donald felt toward Barney and Jessica for making him dress nicely evaporated the moment he heard Torai's voice say his name. Turning in his chair, he nearly fell over at the sight of her. She'd always been pretty, he noticed that on the first day she walked into the office. But there was also a bit of tension that seemed to constantly linger in her, as if she were too aware of her actions and speech. Whether it was the clothes, the makeup, or the company, something had lightened her mood, and with an aura of cheer around her. Torai was so beautiful it nearly took his breath away. It certainly stole his mind, as he gazed at her for several dumbfounded seconds, until a very light kick on the shin from Ren reminded him that words were appropriate in this situation. Torai, wow, I didn't expect to see you until Monday. Donald rose from his chair, oblivious to the people taking notice of his movement. Says they would note any recently debuted superhero. before his brain could fully kick back into gear. And nixed the idea, he gave her a brief friendly hug. After they parted, he finally got a good look at the 5 other women with her and began to wonder just how a meeting like this was possible. "I thought you were in the hospital," Donald said, noting the analytical stares Tori's friends were giving him. "Oh yeah, I got out today. Decided to go celebrate, you know. Seeing death makes you want to live life. That sort of thing these are." Tori's brain raced, trying to think of a plausible reason. She'd have to be hanging out with 5 distinctly gorgeous women in the VIP room of an exclusive club. She jumped on the first thought that popped into her head, which was part of the backstory Yvonne had spun for her all those weeks ago. "These are my friends from the program, the mandatory one that I go to on weekends." Donald knitted his eyebrows together in confusion. Then all at once comprehension set in. "Oh, right, the thing. It's okay, Donald. You can say drugs without a moment of hesitation." Lynn stepped forward, taking his hand and giving it a firm shake. "I'm Dr. Fay, but please call me Lynn. I'm the group supervisor. You must be one of Tori's co-workers." "Yes, ma'am. We're cubicle neighbors," Donald confirmed. "How lovely. Well, these are my other patients, Alexis, Beverly, Gretchen, and Stacy tonight. Everyone is out for a night of proving to themselves that they don't need drugs to have fun." The other women nodded, seemingly unbothered by having their business put on display. Tori, however, looked like she wanted to dig a hole and climb inside. While Donald searched for something to say, one of the other women, Alexis, he was fairly certain, clapped Lynn on the shoulder. "No drugs, no doubt about that. But booze is still on the table. Right, Doc? I didn't use my father's connections to get us in here for nothing." Lynn frowned slightly, but gave a nod of her head. "Well, I don't recommend it. Controlled, careful, monitor drinking is all right. Since none of you have any history of alcoholism." She turned back to Donald and gave a small shrug. "This is a readjustment group, and part of that process is allowing them to define their own limitations." "Donald, who's your friend?" Tori asked, less out of curiosity and more out of a desire to get her supposed drug abuse history out of the limelight. Spinning around, Donald realized that Ren had gotten up from their couch to join the group and was now waiting patiently to be noticed. "Crap, I'm so sorry, everyone. This is my friend Ren. We know each other from the gym." As soon as Donald finished speaking, he knew he'd made a mistake. 6 sets of masquerade eyes told the clear story that they weren't buying his shit. While Ren looked like he probably lived in a gym, Donald would have been out of place, even changing the towel bins. Even Ren seemed surprised by the explanation, which didn't help sell the story in the slightest. Donald fumbled, trying to think of a more believable reason that would also account for the lie, but fortunately for both of them, Ren was a little more composed under pressure. "Donald, it's okay. You don't need to be embarrassed," Ren said before facing the women. "We're actually in the same raiding party. In Legacy World, I just moved to town for work, and Donald was nice enough to offer to show me around. He's a little skittish about admitting that. We're friends from an online game, though." Unlike the gym lie, this went over almost without question, as it was easy to believe Donald was the sort who'd spend hours playing around in the digital world. The only one who found it suspicious was Tori. She'd worked with Donald long enough to know he was anything but shy about his love of the MMO. It was an issue she might have pressed if she weren't so concerned with keeping her own lie undiscovered. "So Donald and Ren," Alexa said, sliding forward, while carefully avoiding touching either of them. "I know how we got up here. What's your deal? One of you invent a search engine or something?" Tori's stomach finally recovered from the shock of seeing Donald in such a strange environment, fell through the floor in all the oddness of seeing a co-worker. While out with her guild mates, she nearly forgotten why she hadn't seen Donald all week in the first place. while she was supposed to be in the hospital. He'd no doubt been getting settled in at his new job. With the alliance of heroic champions, the slender hope she held out, that Donald would be too modest to mention it, evaporated, as Ren threw an arm around his friend's shoulder and proudly proclaimed, "Guess you folks haven't been watching the news. My buddy here single-handedly stopped an attack on his office. Last week he got scooped up by the AHC within hours," Wait Beverly said, her eyes darting back and forth between Donald and Tori. "You mean that's right? Ren confirmed standing before you was one of Ridge City's newest professional superheroes." On the far side of the 4th floor, across the open space that looked down on the dance area, sat a man with kaleidoscope eyes, all but bathing in the awkwardness of the scene unfolding. Across the way, he shouldn't have been there, of course, as he was not a VIP, or at least, not the sort that was ushered into high-end lounges. He also shouldn't have been able to see or hear what was occurring with any clarity. But Nexus had long ago learned how to extend the range of his senses. With a few pinhole-sized rips in dimensional space, it was fascinating to see the budding meadows squirm as they met each other on unfamiliar ground, both spinning lies as quickly as they could conceive of them. But it wasn't why Nexus had come out this evening. Stasis so rarely indulged in leaving the guild headquarters. He liked to be on hand to watch what might occur when she did. This was not a habit predicated on anything about her. In particular, across infinite multiverses, she was among the few creatures that only occupied one. There were many versions of her as she'd been before, of course. Yet she was the only one to transcend the lone Stacy to become Stasis. Nexus was fascinated with all the singulars. He encountered singulars were beyond rare, and this world hosted 2 of them. Nexus often wondered if Quorum's existence was part of why Stasis had survived her accident, though it never been able to find a tangible string of events to tie the 2 together. It might be chance that was always in play. But the longer Nexus ricocheted through the multiverse, the more he found almost everything was connected. In some manner or another, occasionally, Nexus would wonder if he was, in fact, the inadvertent cause of Stasis surviving when every other version of her perished, or survived unchanged while he couldn't fathom how he might have impacted things. The potential was impossible to deny. After all, the accident that created her had been based on his theory and experiment. He sipped a cosmopolitan taken from the corpse of the man who'd actually rented out this area. Around Nexus were smoldering bodies, flash-fried in a burst of heat, from a dimension that was almost entirely composed of lava. Nexus had never been big on sharing his personal space. Unlike the general VIP lounge, this spot had a closed door and low lighting, making it the perfect place to sit peacefully and observe the evening's events. As the women went over to Cyber Geek and Medley's table and had the staff bring another couch and chair over, Nexus frowned. Things weren't spinning out of control as he'd hoped. After going through so much trouble to pick a good seat, it would be a shame if there was no show to enjoy. Fortunately, Nexus was not a mere spectator. With a bit of effort, he could provide entertainment for everyone to enjoy. It was just a matter of choosing the right props. What Tori was most taken aback by was how unfazed everyone else seemed to be. By the revelation, Gretchen was quiet and stoic. No big surprise given Gork's usual personality. Alexis had clapped her hands and began fawning over Donald, asking to hear the story of how he'd saved the office. This was weird, sure, but no weirder than any of the other behaviors Zealous exhibited. Stacy seemed unbothered by the revelation, a bit bored if anything, and Lynn merely smiled politely and complimented Donald on his prestigious position. The only one to actually seem surprised and uncertain by the revelation was Beverly, who shot Tori a curious glance. Tori replied with a shrug that said, "Yeah, I know it's weird, I'll explain later. This isn't the time or place to talk about it. She hoped it said that anyway. Regardless, Beverly let the silent exchange end, following the others to the section where the guys had been camped out. As Alexis had the staff bring in more chairs, within moments everyone was comfortably seated, a few with drinks in their hands, as Donald regaled the table with the harrowing tale of how he'd stopped the 3 armed gunmen that had taken their floor of Vandalia Industries hostage. Torai noticed that Donald squirmed a bit when he got to the parts where he had to glaze over Chloe and, by extension, her own contributions to the story. So every time he looked over, she gave him a reassuring smile. She liked that he felt guilty. Torai had never been fond of those who liked to steal glory. But ultimately, this version of the story was for the best. Powers had unquestionably altered the course of her life and the lives of everyone seated around her, with the possible exception of Ren. If Chloe wanted to live as a normal person, Torai could understand why. As fun, exciting, and tumultuous as the metal life was, it also came with a lot of danger and uncertainty. For some people, that wasn't a worthwhile trade. And I managed to get off a shot to his face with my freeze gun, which finally did the trick and knocked him out, Donald said, concluding the harrowing yarn of his triumph. After that, things were kind of a blur. Cops came pouring in. EMS rushed Tori and Mr. Gerhardt to the hospital, and then, the last thing I could have ever expected happened. Apollo, of all people, showed up to help me make sense of things. He told me the AHC was impressed with what I pulled off and wanted to offer me a spot in their ranks. After that, it was pretty much just a press conference and paperwork while the Apollo came to court you. That's gotta be something special. Your power must be really incredible. Alexis would have come off as sarcastic, if not for her wide eyes and properly captivated tone. Torai was impressed with her senior's acting chops, as well as a bit surprised at how much she seemed to be enjoying her role. She also felt the slightest twinge of annoyance. Even if Donald didn't know he was being mocked, Tori still did, and it felt unwarranted. Regardless of what jackasses other capes might be, Donald was just some guy who gotten powers tossed in his lap and was trying to do his best with them. It's not all that amazing, Donald replied, fidgeting nervously as Alexis inched closer to him. Like I said, I just manifest digital objects. There are lots of way cooler powers than mine out there. I mean, did you catch that new guy Medley on the news? He's got some real strength, if you ask me. Well, strong or not, Medley wasn't the one there when our whole office needed help. Tori replied. She lifted her drink soda with the barriest splash of gin higher than needed off the table and held it in the air. Here's to you, Donald Moss. You saved a lot of lives that day, mine among them. I hope you get to spend the rest of your career saving many more. The others joined in, clinking their glasses and drinking to Donald's honor. As she sipped her own, Torai wondered if there would ever come a day that she could tell Donald for members from the council, ruling over a guild of villains, had toasted to his good fortune as a superhero. Probably not. In fact, she might even take a little heat for it once they were back in the limo. That was fine though. Donald was her friend, and he deserved to feel good about what he'd done. Besides, heat was one thing Torai never had any issues handling. That's strange. Ren tilted his head to the side like a dog, trying to puzzle out the mysteries of a doorknob, a crease of worry appearing on his forehead. Why are people? Without another word, he rose from his seat and darted over to the edge of the railing, which encircled the entire floor. The others joined him, more curious than concerned. As she walked over, Torai realized what had caught Ren's attention. While it was hard to hear over the pumping music and carefully designed acoustics, a new sound was emerging from the dance floor. It wasn't bass or trouble, or even people hollering their drink orders. At overworked waitresses, no, this was something she'd heard before. And never on good occasions, people on the dance floor were screaming. Screaming in fear, panic, and pain, Torai appeared over the railing. With a gasp that escaped her lips, without waiting for permission, there amid the chaos on the ground level was a bizarre creature that looked like a mix between a rhinoceros, a gorilla, and a truck dark. Scaly armor coated nearly every part of its body. As for muscular mish-shaped arms reached out and snared the innocent dancers that tried to run away. Its thick, trunk-like legs cracked the ground as it moved. Far too nimble for a creature of its size, it dropped screaming people into a toothy maul. Mere inches below the 6-foot horn on its face. What the hell is that thing? Donald was even paler than normal, no small feat for a man with his complexion, and his hands were shaking as he stared down at the monster, currently murdering people by the handful, though the question hadn't been addressed to her, and she doubtlessly didn't intend for Donald to hear the answer. Stacy still muttered a single word beneath her breath. Since she was next to Torai, it was just barely loud, enough to make out each syllable, and when Torai put them together, her blood ran cold. Nexus, Chapter 47, there was no telling how long Donald would have stood there, clutching the railing and watching innocent people die, if a firm, slightly painful squeeze to the shoulder hadn't brought him back to reality. Ren was staring at him as he gripped Donald's flesh, clearly waiting for something to click. But what was there? They should be safe up here. Hopefully, probably not forever, but at least until the capes arrived. That was when it finally hit him. They were the capes, this mess. This monster, they were the ones who had to deal with it. No cavalry was coming, because it was already there. Donald nodded a weak, shaky gesture that made him feel slightly dizzy. As he did it and ran, let go of his shoulder. Moving more on instinct than intent, Donald unbuttoned his sleeve and yanked it up on his arm, revealing the small black digital pad. He brushed a finger across the surface, and the device hummed to life. A half-dozen categories were there to greet him. He clicked on the very first one: weapons. He needed something to stop that monster, and something told him a freeze gun wouldn't cut it. This time, Tori was looking at him, clearly worried. He wasn't sure if it was for her own safety or for his, as even he knew he must look like a wreck. "What are you doing?" Donald took a deep breath, trying to force himself to calm down. If he panicked, if the cape lost his composure, then everyone else would too, beyond his responsibility to keep them safe. He also had to make them feel safe, even if he was lying out of his ass. That was part of what it meant to be a superhero. "I'm grabbing something to deal with the rhino monster." "Down there," Donald said, much louder than he needed to for Torai to hear. It wasn't just for her, it was for all of the others up on their floor. The scared men and women, who'd just been forcibly reminded of how very mortal they all were. He skimmed through the digital display, looking for an item with high damage that would still give him a controlled shot. Power was useless if it caught innocent people in the crossfire. It took 3 screens, but Donald found what he needed. A spark of blue electricity came from his hand as he pulled the item out of the screen, out of the game program, running in the interface's background and into the real world. The Buster Burster blaster should handle this. Donald nearly fell backward under the weight of the massive gun, almost as long as he was tall, but he managed to keep his balance long enough to rest the edge of it on the railing. Peering through the eyepiece in the back, Donald suddenly felt a wave of familiar comfort wash over him. The display was just like in Blaster Brass, only this time he was the first person whose perspective was being used. With a flick of the wrist, he cycled through the settings, choosing the plasma ray and locking onto the massive target below. Of all the elements the gun fired, this would be the most precise, plus it had a massive damage output. Even if the cool-down cycle was annoying, it would be okay. As long as Donald could end this in one shot. Here goes everything, he muttered under his breath. Exhaling slowly, he squeezed the trigger, a soft whir of gadgetry filling the air. Just before the plasma beam cut through it. Though Donald was the one firing, it was everyone else in the room. Who got the best view of what happened? A blinding white light tore from the oversized gun, heading directly for the creature's torso at the last instant, displaying more speed than anyone would have believed. If they hadn't seen it, the monster turned to the side. With this new angle, the beam struck the creature just to the right of its shoulder. The beam hit the dark chitinous armor, and for a moment, the plasma ray was actually stopped. Less than a second later, a loud crack filled the air, followed by an inhuman roar from the beast as the beam thinned and vanished. One of the creature's arms fell to the ground with a mighty thud, dark orange blood trickling out from the stump. Well, it stopped eating people, Alexa said from behind him. She was right to the alien rhino monster. Wasn't attacking random dancers anymore. Now its attention was solely focused on the gun that had taken its arm and, of course, the red-headed man shakily holding it. With 2 steps forward, it reached up a giant hand, gripped the edge of the second floor, and began to climb. Shit, you all need to get out of here. Donald pulled away from the gun, only pausing to check the remaining cool-down time. It would be over a minute before he could get off another shot, and at the rate the thing moved, he wasn't sure he lived that long. Ren, get everyone to safety. Yeah, your buddy slipped out of here while you were fiddling with your tablet. Alexis told him. Why would he? The familiar roar from below answered Donald's question before he'd fully formed it. A glance over the railing confirmed that Ren, now back in his furry glorious medley, was charging across the bloody dance floor. He leapt onto the creature's back, his claws always so sharp, or scratching ineffectually at its hard armor, causing annoyance rather than pain. Still, it was enough to make the monster swat at him, which slowed its ascent. At this point, Donald would take whatever good fortune he could come by. Tori. Donald spun his head around before realizing that she was directly next to him, giving himself a small fright in the process. Tori, can you get everyone out of here? I don't think they want to be around when that thing arrives, but with it up here, you should all be safe to evacuate out through the front doors. And what about you? Tori shot back. I highly doubt that thing is coming up here to shake your hand and compliment you on the good shot. No, it was coming up here to kill him. He knew that. Hell, everyone in the room knew that, and honestly, Donald suspected that it would likely succeed, but he couldn't admit that fact. Not to the scared civilians, not to Tori, and most importantly, not to himself. If he did, his resolve would break, and he'd end up putting everyone else in danger. So Donald dug deep within himself, reaching all the way back to when he was a child, watching the Capes beat impossible odds. Time after time, Donald looked at the situation through the eyes of that naive kid who truly believed good would always triumph, and asked himself a single question: what would Lodestar say? You're right, it's coming to try and kill me. Donald hefted the gun up from the railing, walking with more confidence than he felt, and resetting his perch with the barrel of the mighty machine propped against the top of a couch. But it's going to find me, waiting for it with another hot blast of plasma. And this time, I'll take more than a shoulder. Tori stepped slightly forward, but Beverly caught her arm, eyes darting between her friends, the strangers cowering in fear, and Donald. Tori finally locked eyes with him once more. Are you sure about this? I've got this under control. Just get everyone to safety. Trust me, I'm a superhero. Looks like you really are. Credit where it's due, kid. I've known worse superheroes than you. This came from Alexis, whose bubbly, vacant expression had completely vanished. In its place was the gaze, of a woman who had lived too long and seen too much. A bizarre juxtaposition with her youthful appearance. Then it was gone and she whirled around, letting out a high-pitched whistle. "Monster is coming, morons. Everyone out the fucking door. Unless you want my heel up your ass." For a split second no one moved. So Alexis grabbed the person nearest to her, a minor TV celebrity, and shoved him forward. "Are you deaf as well as talentless?" I said. "Move it." The shove and the scream did the trick. Everyone began rushing for the stairs that sat on the opposite side of the room. From the elevator, Gretchen and Lynn stood near the door, forcing people to go through one at a time. So a jam wouldn't impede their escape. In seconds the floor had emptied. With Torai and Beverly being the last to go, Donald breathed a sigh of relief. As he watched Torai vanish into the stairwell, noticing that, she did pause to throw one last look at him. If he was going to have to die tonight, he preferred to do it alone, of course. Dying wasn't exactly plan A, as a massive hand wrapped around the edge of the railing. Donald stuck his eye back on the viewer. Only a couple of seconds left, and he'd have another shot. It was close, but Medley had bought enough time. "They weren't out of this fight yet. Are we going to do something?" Torai demanded. Beverly was beside her, and the 4 council members had stopped on the landing. Just above the next floor's exit, the panicked scuffle of Badas hurrying to freedom masked their conversation, which was good, because Torai wasn't in the mood for covert whispers. "We are doing something," Stacy replied. "We are getting out of here like your buddy wanted, just waiting for things to thin out a bit," though she defected her usual disinterested tone. It was clear Stacy was bothered by what was going on, or more likely, by the man they believed to have caused it. "I mean about Donald. That thing is going to tear him to bloody chunks. If we don't help." Torai glanced back up the stairs, even though they were too far down to see any of what was happening on the 4th floor. "What do you suggest we do?" Stacy asked. "Go bust out our powers, our very well-known and distinctive powers, to save the very people who would try to haul us off to Rookstone. If given half a chance." "Donald wouldn't do that," Tori protested. "Tonight probably not. But sooner or later he would," Stacy countered. "It's inevitable they all turn out that way, caring more about the prestige than the good they do. Maybe it's better that he dies tonight. At least he'll get to go out while he's still the genuine article." Tori threw the punch before she even realized she'd made a fist. It connected perfectly with Stacy's jaw, and then stopped completely. It wasn't like Tori had hit a wall or someone super strong. It was like she just thrown the energy of the punch away. It vanished as soon as it met Stacy, who smiled at Torai's suspended attack. Well, our little rookie has some guts to her. You're lucky. I like guts. A different member of this guild would tear your spine out for that." Stacy calmly reached up, grabbed Tori by the forearm, and lowered her fist. Tori tried to resist, but it was pointless. Stacy wasn't strong. She was inevitable, as though every movement of her body was the orbit of a planet, too tremendous to even entertain the idea of halting it. "But I think you've forgotten something pretty important. Here we are not the good guys. We don't jump in whenever people are in danger. We take care of ourselves and our own. End of story. If you wanted to run around playing hero, you should have signed up with the AHC." Stacy released her grip on Torai's arm, just as the sound of another blast filled the air. This time the screech of the monster was so loud, it rattled their teeth. It sounded pissed and definitely hurt. But not dead. Not dead was bad for the club. Bad for anyone who didn't get out, and most importantly bad for Donald. "I thought we were also supposed to defend our turf." Torai was grasping at straws and she knew it. But the idea of leaving a friend behind was too much. If she was ever going to get a good night's sleep again, she had to at least try her best to save him. Someone either just unleashed or turned into a monster in a club with 4 of the guild's counselors. That sure seems like an act of aggression to me. The sort of thing are terrifying and powerful. Guild should mount a response to going for the pride and the politics now. That's a nice move, Alexa said, leaning against the concrete wall and gazing down the stairs as people flooded out. Pseudonym wouldn't have had the patience for that play. Whose side are you on? Stacy snapped. Whoever's is more interesting. Alexis replied, and on a personal level, while I loathe almost all the capes out there, the ones like that kid aren't so bad. He knew he was probably going to die, and he still tried to get us all to safety without making us worry. That type I don't mind so much. Oh great, then, you and the rookie can both go up there to save everyone. Stacy turned her stoic mask, slipping, to show the fear and frustration ripping through her. And then when that insane fuck, let's lose 3 more monsters. You can kill those 2, then fight back, the lava or the tundra or whatever else comes. Because you can't beat Nexus. You idiots, all you can do is wait until he gets bored. For a moment there was silence, punctuated by the thump of something hitting the wall. Upstairs, when Lynn finally spoke, it was with the same measured, calm voice. She defected while pretending to be the group's doctor. A facade Torai was quickly realizing might be more truth than fiction. Enough, Torai. I understand he's your friend. But the AHC has their own way of handling things, Stacy. We all know you and Nexus have a complicated history. But please don't antagonize our rookie, who is only worried about a friend's safety. Alexis, well, I'd ask you to stop stirring the pot. But those would be wasted words now. We are all going to get out of here right now, and anyone who wants to argue more can do so once we are back in the limo. But Torai, Lynn said, cutting her off before a new argument could begin. Your friend has chosen a very difficult path. It will be fraught with peril just like this, unless you plan to follow Donald around and fight his battles for him. You have to accept that he's going to end up in danger, more often than not. Lynn walked over and set a reassuring hand on the apprentice's head, gently stroking her hair. Much as we might have our quarrels with the AHC, they are not in the habit of giving such attention to weak matters. Try believing in Donald instead of worrying about saving him. If given the chance, he might just surprise you, if it'll make you feel better. I've hacked into the security cameras. Alexa said he's not dead yet, but things are getting interesting. I can put it on the screens in the limo. Once we get there, yeah, please. I should watch, if nothing else. Torai wasn't certain if she just agreed to be a witness to her friend's death, or his unlikely triumph. All she knew was that if these were Donald's final moments of life, someone should see them. Chapter 48. In spite of logic, odds, and all belief in a practical universe, Donald Moss wasn't yet dead. He darted to the other side of the room, barely dodging one of the monsters, grabbing hands as it tried to snap his bones and turn him into food. The monster, now less one horn, thanks to a plasma blast that was just a bit too early, thundered about trying to snare the vulnerable. Human flesh in its murderous claws, Donald, still dragging the massive gun, was barely able to avoid the attack. The reverberation as the beast hit the wall shook the very floor beneath his feet. Though shooting off the horn had been an accident, Donald had started to suspect it was actually a stroke of luck. The grace that this rhino, like beast, had displayed down below was suddenly absent, leading him to theorize that the horns somehow served to help it balance the unwieldy bulk of its body. This made dodging difficult, but still doable. On the other side of the room, Medley slowly rose to his feet, and Donald breathed a small sigh of relief when the monster had hurled his friend against the wall, leaving a massive dent in the stone material. Donald had feared the worst. Luckily, Medley was far hardier than most and was slowly shaking off the worst effects of the blow. Unluckily, the time he was taking to regain his wits meant Donald was on his own, running away from a clumsy, angry, deadly monster intent on turning him to pulp. "You okay?" Medley called, his powerful voice barely audible over the cacophony of stomping monster. "Do I look fucking okay?" Donald screeched as he hurled himself to the side, nearly losing a grip on the gun, his greatest asset and liability, all rolled into one slowly recharging package. Though he had no time to glance in the eyepiece, he estimated that it had to be nearly recharged by now. Not that it mattered, it was taking everything he could to get away from this damn creature. Lining up a shot was out of the question. If only he could actually lift the thing. Maybe he'd have a better chance of connecting, of course. The pressure of knowing that without a power-up, the gun had a 3-shot limit certainly didn't help matters. If he did get another shot, it would be the last one. With a shake of his head tossing, his mane like it was caught in the wind, Medley reared back and charged at their opponent. This time he didn't bother grabbing onto its back. The armor there was too thick, and its unnaturally jointed arms could still easily reach him. Instead, he took advantage of the missing horn and launched himself right at its face, using his own claws to grip the scarce amount of exposed flesh. Medley snapped and tore at the area that appeared to be its eyes, a small open patch, barely visible under the armored ridge of its brow. As a gamer, Donald knew a delay tactic when he saw one. Mounting the end of the gun against the edge of a sofa, once more he peered into the viewer and readied himself to take aim. Unfortunately, what greeted him was not the aiming mechanism that would help him lock onto his target, but a timer that was just going down past the 30-second mark. Shit, had it really only been a minute since the last shot? Time flew when one was dodging for their life. Apparently, Medley let out a sound between a whimper and a roar as the monster's claws raked across his back. While Medley had some scaly armor of his own, it wasn't nearly enough to stop those powerful arms from driving into his flesh. Donald tried to think, tried to focus on what he could still do. Medley wouldn't be able to hold out for a whole half a minute more, and when he went down this time, there was no telling how long it would be until he managed to get back up, if he managed to get back up at all. Without a distraction, Donald had zero hope of pulling off anything. But a wild shot. Damn this gun. It was so stupidly heavy and cumbersome. Who would designed it like this? They had to add a whole special armor to blaster brass. Just to explain how they wielded, Medley, I need 10 more seconds. Donald wanted to smack himself on the head and feel like an idiot. But there wasn't time for self-loathing. He'd have to sneak that in later, assuming they both survived. Slapping the display on his wristband so quickly that the screen wobbled, Donald backtracked out of weapons and into the armor section. Of all the things he'd experimented with during his time by himself, it never occurred to him to try to manifest and equip something other than handheld items. He wasn't even sure his power worked that way. But worrying was a luxury he didn't have at the moment. Either it worked or they probably died, so it damn well better work. Finally, Donald found what he was looking for and thrust his fingers, crackling with blue sparks as usual, into the display as he pulled the item from the digital world to his. He focused on it not only coming through, but coming through already wrapped around his weak, tender body, closing his eyes and tossing a prayer up to any god that might listen. Donald gave the final jerk. Lines of code suddenly turned into metal and electronics. Lifting his eyelids as slowly as he dared, Donald was overcome by a wave of excitement as he realized he was peering through the visor that topped the helmet of the master. Brass armor, it was all there. Meters for shields, speed boosts, even thrusters. As he pulled himself up, Donald realized he could easily lift the gun now, swinging it about one-handed, as if it weighed no more than a wooden toy. That was why the weapon was so heavy in the lower of blaster brass. They needed specially enhanced armor to use it. In the upper right-hand corner of his visor display, Donald noted a replication of the countdown timer. Only about 15 seconds left to go from Medley's bloody gouges and lilting stance. It didn't seem like he'd last that much longer. The fact that he'd managed to hang on for so long, under such a powerful assault, spoke volumes about the determination that lived in Rent, Tanaka. Donald was impressed, wowed, to be honest, and made a mental note to buy Rent a beer. Once things were settled, get clear, I'm on this for a moment. It seemed like Medley was going to hang on anyway, determined to go down swinging. But Medley understood enough about guns to know that being in the way when a giant plasma beam fired was a futile gesture. After a moment of scouting for the best path of exit, he leapt between the monster's swinging arms, which were intent on slicing him to pieces, and landed deftly on the carpet 15 feet away. As soon as Donald saw his friend go, he charged forward. He still had 10 seconds left, but he'd be damned if he was going to let Medley buy them in blood. It was time to stop hiding behind Ren, behind Chloe, behind Torai. He told the world he was a superhero, that he could be counted on to save the day. 10 seconds and one more shot. That was his window to prove it. Between the adrenaline, fear, and relentless pressure of having something unworldly try to kill him, Donald moved almost entirely on instinct. It was like he was in the hardest part of the game. Difficulty settings cranked up as high as they would go. Thought failed to exist, it would only slow him down. Donald didn't even know how he'd activated the armor's speed boost, shooting backward at the last second. As he avoided a powerful blow, fragments of couch flew toward him, striking the armor's shields and slightly lowering their value. The speed boost gauge had also been drained. Over a third gone from that one move alone. For the first time, it occurred to Donald that merely loading the games and items into a risk-sized computer display hadn't done dick in the way of leveling them. He was basically playing with starter gear. Contrary to how that news should have hit him, Donald smiled as he speed boosted back from another blow. Bright blue flames shooting out of his back as they carried him away. Sure, he'd have liked a little more roof in his weaponry, but he hadn't spent most of his adult life playing games. Because he shied away from a challenge, real life had always been terrifying. Deep down he knew he should be a quivering mass of fear at what was happening around him. But he wasn't. Maybe it was the digital display that made things seem just a bit unreal. Maybe it was the cocktail of adrenaline and worry soaking his brain. Maybe he had just gone too far into terror and become momentarily numb to it. All he knew was that, as he used the last of his speed boost gauge to avoid a set of claws that would have cut him to ribbons, Donald realized he was actually having fun. It certainly didn't hurt that. As his speed gauge went empty, the numbers in the upper right hand of his visor ticked down to 0. Suddenly the targeting system came online. Donald raised his gun and saw the now hornless monster light up like it was the only thing in the room. Unfortunately, it wasn't just raw muscle and violence. It had learned what Donald raising. That gun meant the beast charged forward, determined to crush him. Before he was able to get off another shot, Donald's heart was slamming in his chest so loudly that he could hear the blood rushing through his ears. He tried to think of a way out. No speed boosts left, and if chair debris drained his shields, then they had no shot of surviving a direct hit from the rhino monster. Normal dodging was out, and so is standing his ground, which left Donald with only one option. Granted, it was an option that had very little chance of succeeding, but after cheating death so many times in such a short span, Donald felt like he was on a roll. Might as well make the big bet while riding a hot streak. With a mighty leap that would have made Medley proud, Donald jumped straight over the railing that ran around the 4th floor and into the open air above the dance area. As soon as he was airborne, he kicked on the armor's thrusters. It couldn't fly technically, but the master brass armor did have the ability to hover for short windows of time. In the case of unleveled armor, that window was especially tiny. The thruster gauge on Donald's visor began dropping. Like it had sprung a leak. With no time to spare, he spun in the air, locking his weapon directly onto the alien creature. As it slammed into the wall, where he'd been standing for a moment. Just one precious moment amid the chaos of the evening. The creature was stunned by a combination of surprise and impact. It was exactly the chance Donald had been waiting for. He fired the last plasma beam without hesitation. Striking right in the monster's center mass, the armor held as before for just an instant. And then the beam was through, boring a hole directly in its torso. Not wanting to take any chances, Donald swung the gun the laser, carving a path of burned flesh. From the middle of its torso, up to its alien head. The beam puttered out just before his thrusters, and suddenly Donald was free. Falling through the air, he slammed into the ground, the shield saving him from some. But not all of the impact. To his surprise, the armor dissolved into flashing numbers and sparks of electricity as soon as the shield gauge hit empty. Seconds later, the gun flashing a red light on its side that indicated it was out of shots did the same. Donald had never seen that happen before, but it also never completely used up or broken any of the digital items he brought over, surprising as it was. The disappearing gear was the lowest possible item on his list of priorities. Donald sprawled on the dance floor, listening to the music, still somehow blasting through the air, and waited. His back ached, and his ears were already starting to hurt from being so close to the speakers, but he didn't dare move a muscle. Not until he knew for sure that the fight was over. If that thing was alive, if he'd failed to hit any vital organs. Donald wasn't sure what moves he had left. Wait peacefully for death seems the most likely, but after fighting this hard to live, he somehow doubted he had it in him to just lie down and die, no matter that he was already lying down. Finally, the furry head of Medley popped over the railing's edge. He yelled something down, but Donald was in a crush of bass. No mere words could cut through when Donald failed to reply. Medley quickly put two and two together, rather than continuing to scream. He merely held out a clawed hand with a raised thumb. The universal sign for things are okay. His friend's furry thumbs up was one of the most beautiful things Donald could ever remember seeing. He returned the gesture with one of his own, letting Medley know that he was bruised, not broken. Then, to no one's surprise more than his own, Donald let out a whoop of unfettered joy. On its heels came laughter, nervous and wonderful and paired with tears, which Donald wouldn't notice until several minutes later. They'd done it. They hadn't just survived. They'd stopped the monster. Maybe he'd exaggerated his way into the AHC. Maybe he didn't really have what it would take to be a big-name cape. Maybe tonight was just a fluke, but tonight none of that mattered. He'd still managed to do the job. Tonight, Donald Moss was a superhero. Chapter 49. Come on now, even we have to admit that was pretty cool, Alexa said, refilling her glass of champagne. Thanks to her and Gretchen. Shoving people aside, they'd made it back to the limo. Just in time to watch Donald summon his armor. Tori sat, mouth wide open in amazement at what she just witnessed. Donald of all people had just pulled that off. It hadn't felt like she was watching her co-worker at all. Had she not known better, Tori would have guessed she was witnessing the fight of a real, true blue cape, which now that she thought about it, she sort of had been. Good for you, Tori said. I still on the screen? As Donald laughed himself to tears. Amid the blurring music, he fought bravely. Gretchen agreed. Lynn cleared her throat and shot a look to Alexis, who took the cue and turned off the video feed. With the limo once more silent, she moved to a position near the front, where everyone could see her. though. Tonight was planned to be more fun than educational. It seems fate intervened and gave us a teaching moment. After all, Lynn said, capes are not in and of themselves our enemies. We do not antagonize them. In fact, much of the code is based around staying out of their way. We can even respect them on a personal level. If we deem them to be strong or worthwhile in a way, we acknowledge friendship is, well, not unheard of, but certainly a bit tough nonetheless. Torai, I'm glad you didn't have to bury a friend tonight. With all of that said, can either of you apprentices guess why? Alexis was monitoring the feed before anyone asked her to. She wanted information, Beverly replied, no hesitation in her voice. Those guys are new to the AHC, right? Medley popped up this week. And Torai's friend only came on last Friday. In case they survived, she know. The guild would want to know what they could do. Precisely, Lynn turned to Torai, who'd suspected that to be the reason, even if she didn't want to say it out loud. So using that information, Torai, if Donald were to come up on you while in costume and on a job and catch you red-handed, what methods would you use to avoid capture? Torai opened her mouth to reply, then closed it a second later. Her first instinct was to assume Lynn was asking how she'd kill Donald. But that hadn't been the question. In fact, the guild emphasized evasion over engagement at pretty much every turn, mentally flipping back through the fight. She realized that they now all knew of a very easy way to slow him down long enough to slip away. I'd blast his armor until it dissolved, then run away before he was able to reform it. Torai replied at last, since the gun died too, there's probably a limit to how much he can use his items. If I could dodge them long enough and slip away before he had the chance to reload, I could take off my costume and just be regular Tori again, which addresses why costumes are mandatory. Lynn said, giving Torai a slight nod. Yes, that would be a viable option. In contrast, you also now know that the one called Medley has exceptional recovery abilities. Nothing short of extreme damage is likely to take him down, and even then only for a short while. This means he can be dealt with more firmly, without risk of killing him. Lynn took a glass of champagne from the bar and carefully sipped its contents. Remember, unless you are specifically authorized by the council, killing a cape is to be avoided at all costs. They get angry when their own die, just as we do. And that anger can lead to problems for the entire guild. Much of why we gather information is so that short engagement become unavoidable. We can slip away without doing lasting harm. Control and precision are far more crucial to our survival than mere power. Of course, when the need does arise, and the council gives that permission, it also helps to know what their weaknesses are. Alexis added, though, you won't have to worry about that for a long while. Killing capes, especially covertly, isn't easy, and it definitely isn't something we settle rookies with. When do you kill them? Torai asked. I've had to learn the code backwards and forwards, and I've yet to see a clause outlining when we knock off superheroes. It's covered under the threats to guild security section. Stacy told her, if the council feels a cape is stirring things up too much, focusing on coming after us instead of the people who aren't so careful with their crimes, then we try to dissuade them, first politely, then less so. It doesn't happen often, Lynn said. Nowadays the AHC largely plays along with the peace. In the early days things were less staple, but none of the capes in charge of gung-ho about coming after us. They know the gain isn't worth the loss, so they usually squish any attempts by others to get on our bad side. If it ever did come down to a fight between us and them, who do you think would win? Beverly asked. She seemed oddly interested in the idea, a fact that Torai filed away for consideration. At a later date, no one knows, Gretchen said. Yeah, we'll talk a lot of shit in front of the masses, but at the end of the day, it's a toss-up, Alexis added. They've got more people than we do, but we have more major league hitters than they do. People who get the insane, world-changing powers are more likely to seek self-betterment than saving the world. It would be a good fight, but there's no way to predict the winner, which is why we work so hard to avoid it. Lynn said win or lose. An all-out war between us and the Capes would shatter the enjoyable lives we built for ourselves. No one, at least no one in the guild, wants to go back to being wanted fugitives, with our faces plastered everywhere. Not when we can have champagne, VIP lounges, and limos along with anonymity, where the only way to win is not to play. Torai wasn't sure that everyone would get the war game. Quote, but the casual nodding and smiles told her that at least the sentiment had made it through exactly. Lynn agreed. She reached up and knocked gently on the divider between them, and the robo-driver, seconds later, the car smoothly pulled into motion. Which is why we stay out of their business. They stay out of ours, as long as we don't flaunt it and everyone wins. The people get peace, the Capes get acclaim. And we are about to go get some cheesecake. Weird monster fights and cheesecake weren't exactly how Tori had expected the night to end. But given the company she was with, things certainly could have turned out worse. The soft sounds of palms striking one another snapped Donald to attention. The hair on the back of his neck stood on, and as he readied himself for another fight, the sound repeated itself and again, and he finally realized what it was. Apollo was standing in the door of the infirmary, giving him a slow clap that was gradually picking up speed. From anyone else he might have taken it to be sarcastic, but the beaming grin on Apollo's face made it all too clear how sincere the applause was. You, Donald Moss, are full of surprises, Apollo said, walking through the door and sitting down next to the tank of GU Donald was currently submerged in. Supposedly, it rapidly accelerated the healing process and minimized long-term damage, an invention Professor Quantum had come up with some time before. All Donald knew was that, from the moment he'd been put inside, his back had stopped hurting, which was no small feat. Since it was bruised from his neck to his ass, I have to tell you, when I heard that there had been a dimensional rip, with an unfriendly breaking through, I assumed the worst then, they told me. It was at the club where we sent you and Medley, and all I could think was that. I hoped you got the call out for backup in time. But you and Ren, you don't even need backup. Did you, the two of you, handle an Epsilon class in human presence on your own? And that is impressive, damned impressive. If you want to know the truth, we caught some lucky breaks. Donald admitted, much as he enjoyed the praise. It felt a little excessive to accept wholeheartedly. The last thing he wanted was for Apollo to think he could handle that sort of fight regularly. Oh, there's no question about that. I'd say 7 out of 10 times. That thing would have torn you both apart, Apollo agreed. Despite the seemingly negative words, his cheer didn't dim. If anything, it seemed to increase. But 3 out of 10 is much better odds than I give the majority of the rookies we've got right now. With time and training, each of you will be able to smoke something like that single-handedly. Donald couldn't imagine ever being that powerful. However, before tonight, he couldn't have imagined himself going toe-to-toe with a giant alien monster in real life either. He was starting to think his imagination was going to have to expand its limits, though he wasn't too keen on testing Apollo's assertion anytime soon. Let's hope I get a long while before I have to try soloing anything of that level, Donald replied. What was that creature anyway? Another metahuman? Maybe in the dimension where it hails from. Apollo sat over one of the uncomfortable plastic chairs, hovering in place a few inches above the surface, or it might be something akin to a deer. For all we know, sometimes for one reason or another, the walls between the dimensions bleed or outright break, and on those occasions, it's possible for things to slip through. What you thought was one such example, some of The smarter superheroes have tried cataloging them. But there are more dimensions out there than there. Are stars in the sky so? No one has had much luck figuring out any sort of pattern in the bits we discover. Do they at least know what caused the rip tonight? Donald had an uncomfortable fear sitting in his stomach as he pictured the way he pulled his items into existence. What if he was yanking them from another dimension, and in doing so was weakening the borders between them? Oh yes. Security cameras caught a glimpse of the criminal, named Nexus, watching the show from a corner of the club. We had a few of our metas with dimensional abilities do a sweep, and they confirmed it. He caused the rip. Much as he'd expected to feel relieved, Donald instead felt a new fear crystallize inside him. Nexus is the guy who wiped out the original Denver. Isn't he? Why on earth would he bother unleashing a monster in a club? No one knows why Nexus does what he does. Apollo shrugged his 10 muscular shoulders in a way that seemed strange. For one so blessed with authority, he's untraceable, unpredictable, and seems to be totally insane. Sometimes he changes things in ways that help people. On other occasions he unleashes want and destruction. For no apparent reason. Maybe there was someone in the club he wanted to kill tonight. Maybe he was just interested in seeing what you could do. Maybe they messed up his drink water. I honestly have no clue. You're better off not worrying about it too much. Think of Nexus like a force of nature. Don't look for reason in the destruction he causes. If he's that dangerous, why isn't the AHC stopped him? It was something Donald had wondered, even back when he was looking in from the outside. But now that he was here, inches away from Apollo himself, the question seemed even more important. They had so many metas, so many resources. Why was a maniac like that allowed to run free? Look, you find out a way to do that. You can pretty much write your own ticket around here. Apollo replied, everyone has tried to stop him. Even Lodestar and Quorum. We've captured him a few times, though it never lasts, and even killed him once or twice. Not that it matters, he just turns right back up. We don't know how his powers work. Only that they let him open holes between dimensions. Trust me, the minute someone actually finds a way to neutralize that asshole, it will be all hands on deck. Apollo leaned forward until he was only a few feet away from Donald's face, his eyes suddenly serious. One thing about me, I have no tolerance for the villains of this world. It's our job to stop them, and I take that job very seriously, no matter what opinions our other members might have. Before Donald could ask a single clarification question, the moment was past. Apollo was back to floating above his seat, ever-present grin right back in place. It happened so quickly Donald almost wondered if he'd imagined the whole exchange. But we'll talk about that later tonight. You just need to focus on recovery, Apollo told him, floating forward and putting his feet on the ground. Tomorrow we're going to have a press conference and some celebration for you and Medley. You both managed to score your first big collar. Before we'd even put you on patrol, rest up and make sure you're in tip-top shape. Apollo walked to the edge of the room and looked back at Donald, the shadows from the hallway hitting his face in a way that distorted his constant smile into something almost like an insane grin. You need to take care of yourselves. I've got big plans for the both of you. Thuggernaut Johnny Arachno, Bro Podperson Arkanakis, and Ivan, who had slipped out once his kids were good and asleep, along with Lance and Warren, were seated around the poker table when the other apprentices and their guides walked in. Zealous Alexis no more, as she'd shut her disguise along with the others, glanced around in confusion before slapping herself on the head, causing a clank that echoed across the room. Shit, I forgot you had this place. Tonight we'll go find another room to unwind in. Zealous turned, motioning for the others to head back down the stairs. But Johnny called to her before she got free. How did I go have a nice fun outing at the club? We've been getting pretty rowdy ourselves, every female member of the council, along with Tori and Beverly, stared at Johnny. With individual combinations of disbelief and contempt, wordlessly they filed back down the stairs in search of another lounge, where they could drink wine, relax and unwind from a night that had gone spectacularly off the rails. The slam of the door from downstairs was the only cue that they'd officially left. No one even bothered to call out a goodbye. Guess they're jealous we had a livelier time, Johnny said with a shrug. He threw a few more chips in the pot, hoping to bluff his way out of yet another bad hand. Chapter 50. Tori was a bit surprised by the hangover that woke her up. On Saturday morning, while she liked the occasional beer, she rarely drank enough to actually catch the brown bottle flu, as her father had called it. Yet in the midst of all the craziness the night before, she'd probably put down more booze in one evening than in the rest of the month combined. It was mercifully an easy fix as she pulled herself out of bed and trudged toward the bathroom before stepping and making certain she was on the tile. Just to be safe, she pulled off the t-shirt and shorts that served as her pajamas and turned into living fire. Regeneration was a handy aspect of her abilities, one for which she'd been constantly grateful over the years. Using it to cure a hangover might not qualify as the most noble of pursuits, but with a day of guilt training ahead of her, the last thing Tori wanted was to start off sluggish. She stood there for about 5 minutes before shifting back her once more human anatomy. Now completely cured of any lingering hangover effects. That problem solved, she hopped in the shower, scrubbing off a night of excitement, panic, and worry once clean. She dried off and dressed in her apprentice costume, the default outfit for all guild endeavors. Glancing at the clock, Tori realized she was up a full hour earlier than necessary. With nothing else to do before training started, she decided to head over to the rookie lounge and grab some breakfast. It wouldn't be as good as the stuff Yvonne made, but it would be filling enough to keep her going until lunch. When Tori walked into the large room, she immediately noticed that she wasn't the only one with a hankering for caloric intake. Beverly, adorned in her own generic apprentice costume, sat in front of the television, watching the news as she wolfed down a breakfast burrito from the vending machine based on the wrappers at her side. It was her third or fourth so far. Neither said anything as Tori plunked her money in the machine, getting the burritos of her own along with the soda. Things had been a bit strange between them ever since Beverly found out Tori was friends with a cape. She'd expected that reaction from the older members, who turned out to be unbothered by it, but not from Beverly. Silence wasn't fixing anything though, so as Tori took a seat on the couch, she decided it was time to try the other thing. Actual talking about the issue at hand. Are we cool? She hated the words even as she said them, but Tori Riva said, not been blessed with the gift of subtlety. Beverly looked over at her, so she decided to just power through and get things done. You've seemed kind of bothered since last night when you met Donald. Guess we had to do this eventually. Beverly muttered. She picked up the remote, turned the television on mute, and then gave her attention back to Tori. Look, I get it. He was your buddy at work. You became friends, and then he got turned into a cape. Completely impossible to predict, and nobody's fault. Well, sort of his for choosing to be one, I suppose, but I'll admit, it sounds like things sort of snowballed on him. I don't have any problem with Donald as a person, or you for being his friend. I just really dislike the EHC. Why, I mean, sure, we're villains and technically enemies, but you heard Morgana last night. We mostly stay out of each other's way. Beverly shook her head. I've disliked that place since long before I got these powers. It's part of why I stayed with the guild. I needed to learn control, and I sure as shit wasn't going to the capes to get it. Remember how I told you that? The amulet I found was among my great-grandmother's knickknacks. Well, I wasn't the first in my family to come across an artifact from her collection. My grandpa found one, the special one she kept tucked away in a safe. Almost no one knew about it. Was a crown, silver and studded with 3 gems in the center. When he put it on, Grandpa was suddenly adorned in medieval armor. He was strong, fast, could fly, and had a few other powers as well. He figured that after a lifetime of hunting and hoarding, Great-Grandma had actually found one item of genuine power. "I'm guessing your grandfather joined the AHC," Tori said. "Tried it anyway." This was way back in the day, before Quorum and Lodestar, before the AHC was even called that. Professor Quantum was the biggest powerhouse around, and he was in charge of what was then the League of Metas. My grandpa went by there after learning how to use his powers, wanted to join up and make the world a better place. Their response was that they didn't have a spot for him on the main roster, but they were working on a colored division to do some lesser jobs, and they thought he'd be a great fit. Holy shit, Tori set down her breakfast burrito, appetite momentarily lost. Yeah, the 50s, you know, that wasn't even the worst of it though. Beverly put her hands together, using each to stop the other from trembling in anger when he rightfully told them to go fuck themselves. Guess what they said? If he didn't want to join up, that was perfectly fine. He could leave anytime he wanted. The crown, however, stayed with them. No fucking way they couldn't. Different times, Beverly replied. Media was carefully controlled, and there were no internet or cell phone cameras to record that sort of thing. Grandpa hadn't gone out and done anything heroic yet. He wanted to get training so he could be as effective as possible. So no one out there even knew he existed. Just like that, those fuckers took away the source of his power, saying it needed to be in the hands of someone who would make proper use of it. They took the heart right out of Grandpa along with it. To the day he died, there was always a sadness around him. Like a piece of him was missing. I guess because there was, goddamn. No wonder you hate the AHC, Tori said. I'd be trying to light their building on fire if I were you, not going to lie. The day I discovered the Red Dragon power, I was a little tempted, Beverly admitted. Probably for the best you didn't. At least for now. Tori shook her head in disbelief and picked her breakfast back up. Terrible as Beverly's tale was, it didn't change the fact that she couldn't train on an empty stomach. Do you know what happened to the crown? Like which cape is out there using it? Strangest thing, actually. Beverly replied, we've never seen hide nor hair of anyone out there wearing it. It's possible that the appearance is different, depending on who uses it, or maybe it only works for certain people, limited by genetics or inherent goodness or something. Trust me, if I did know who had it, I'd be beating it off the top of their head right now. If that day ever comes, just let me know and I'll hold them while you hit them. Tori offered, and please don't hate me for saying this. That was a different organization than the AHC. I've got no love for capes in my heart either. But it's not like it was when they did that to your grandfather. You know, you're talking about the same organization that has a member who flies around in a robotic Klansman's outfit, right? We all know they tried to kick out White as Night. Tori reminded her the lawsuit was a media circus. For the full year it took, I'm not proposing we drop out of the guild and run to see if they'll let us join, just advocating for a clear perspective. When dealing with them, that kind of grudge can lead to mistakes, the sort that might end in breaking the code. And in case you didn't notice last night, I'm not big on the idea of seeing my friends killed. I might have picked up on that. Sort of surprised me, actually. I mean, who'd have guessed that? The terrifying pseudonym's apprentice was actually a big old softy. Beverly chuckled. I'll take the point to heart though. I don't plan on taking many, maybe any jobs once the apprenticeship is over. But I also didn't plan on getting dragon powers. Best to be ready for anything. Beverly reached over, picked up a pile of wrappers, and began smashing them together into one greasy, watered-up ball. And to answer your question, yeah, we're good. It isn't your fault you had a friend go cape. And it isn't his fault that they did what they did to my family. I might not like the organization, but I'm trying to judge the people. On a case-by-case basis, leaning back, Beverly tossed her paper ball through the air, where it arced gracefully before plopping down, a solid 2 feet away from the open trash can. Where she'd been aiming, guess it's a good thing. No one expects me to handle arranged fighting now, when they've got me on hand. Tori balled up her own wrapper, took careful aim, and proceeded to miss the exact same shot, her watered-up ball, landing a few inches away from Beverly's. Well shit, maybe Lance has good aim. We can only help, Beverly agreed. It was a silly, simple conversation. But by the time breakfast was done, both women felt a lot better. There were few people they could trust and lean on. In a situation like theirs, losing that trust with each other would have made things much harder, especially as they drew closer to their goal, when they'd need to rely on the other apprentices. More than ever before, "Come in." Donald didn't bother getting up from his bed, controller still in hand, as he fired several rounds into the alien hides of his attackers from the door. An audible click could be heard as it unlocked, responding to his voice command and allowing the person outside to step through. Donald wasn't sure how he felt about every aspect of the AHC, but the accommodations they had in place were nothing to sneeze at. What the hell, man? Ren pushed open the door once again, cloaked in his human illusion instead of a suit. He was wearing a tank top and basketball shorts, having no doubt come right from the gym. When I asked what you were doing at breakfast, you said you were going to spend the whole day training. I've been in the gym since this morning, and you haven't set foot in there. I'm doing a different kind of training. Donald replied. He punched the pause button, freezing the screen, as his character looked over a small hill where an ambush was, no doubt waiting to try and surprise him. Last night, I noticed something that had never come up before. I explained that the items I pull have to come from real games, right? They can't just be pieces of code. Yeah, that's why your fancy wrist pad has like 20 watchabytes of memory on it. It's running a dozen or so games at once. In the background, exactly. Well, when they built it, they installed fresh copies of all the games, which means all I can access are the default, unleveled versions of the items. If I'd had a fully fleshed out blaster and armor, last night I could have lit that monster up before it even managed to climb the wall. Your items have levels. Ren stared at the screen, then at Donald, then at the wrist computer that sat on the floor, wires connecting it to the television screen. I do not get you video game guys. Some have levels. Some are just shitty until you find upgrades, and sometimes you have to play through to the end of the game to get the really cool gear. Donald explained. He held up the controller in his hand and pointed at the screen. That's what I meant by training. I'm playing through Blaster Brass, so next time I can actually take a few hits and not need 90 seconds between every shot. Weird, Ren said. I mean, I get it, or I think I do anyway, but it's still strange to me that you sitting in here playing games is going to make you stronger. Are you even sure it will work? What if you still pull the default item? It took me an hour and a half to figure out how to hook up a controller and television to that thing, so I definitely made sure it was worth the time first, Donald assured him. He hopped off the bed and walked over to a small desk where his laptop, the one he gotten for his project at Pendalia, sat humming softly. This morning I logged into my Legacy World account and created a new character when I took a sword from him. It was just a sword, and kind of a shitty one at that. When I switched over to my usual character, I was able to pull the same sword, that had gone through some serious upgrading and gem crafting. Donald wiggled the mouse, bringing up a screen that showed his small character sitting in a pub, head down on the table asleep. With a few clicks, he opened the item screen, reached over and plucked the sword from inside the game. Ren took a step back on pure instinct. The blade in front of him was glowing with a dark purple light. Powers seemed to radiate off it, occasionally appearing in short bolts that crackled between the blade and the guard. The upgrades definitely carry over. Donald let go of the blade, which quickly dissolved into sparks and numbers. Hence, why I've been in here playing blaster brass all morning. Why not just use items from the game with the sword? Ren asked. MMOs require constant internet connection, the sort that are hard to manage wirelessly. Donald cast a long, lingering glance at the computer screen, still acting as digital portal into Legacy World. Much as I'd love to pull out some of my LW characters' items, the risk unit can't reliably connect, which means it's too dangerous to count on them. Instead, I've got to work with stuff I can keep offline. Copies of Ren held up his hands in surrender. You and I give up. This somehow counts as training. But you still need to hit the gym sometimes. Basic strength and cardio are useful, no matter what your power is. Plus, who else there has the courage to spot you? Donald closed the laptop and went back to his bed. Nice as it was to hang out here, he was looking forward to the AHC, finally making his apartment safe enough to go back to. This was like living in a giant dorm, which was not something Donald had enjoyed, even during his college days. Though it wasn't quite so bad now that he had a friend. Heaven save us if you're actually needed to help lift. Ren replied, I guess I should get back to it. I've been feeling pretty confident in my own strength lately, but last night made me realize just how lacking I am. You burned a giant hole through that thing. I could barely leave scratches on it. Whoa there. The only reason I lived long enough to get that shot off was because you were there to draw its attention, Donald said. Given how it was smashing through, freaking everything it touched, I'd say it's outright amazing that you were able to last like that. Maybe so, but there's still a long way for me to go. Donald didn't have a good reply to that, because Ren was right. Both of them were only just starting out. It would probably take months, if not years, before they were even semi-competent superheroes. They might have different ways of doing it, but they each understood how important training was when you finish at the gym. Feel free to swing by, Donald offered. This can be a two-player game, you know. Appreciate it, but Ren held up his hands, turning them carefully so his palms were facing Donald. They only look human, remember, not sure. The claws are built to handle fragile electronics. We had someone build a computer that fits on my forearm and runs more than 20 video games all at once. Donald replied, I bet they can create a controller that you'll be able to use. I'll tell them you're my training partner. It's a lot easier to level in these things when you have a friend. Ren hesitated, then lowered his hands. If you can get me the gear, I'll play some games with you. But you have to agree to keep hitting the gym with me. Deal, deal. In his chambers, Balaam was perusing a tomb of ancient power, searching for a spell he could use to properly reheat an old stew without boiling it over. When he felt the familiar twinge of pain behind his right eye, with a heavy sigh he shut the book, went to where his carefully concealed and padded box was stored, and removed the silver mirror. His hands rested against the smooth surface. Knowing the pain that told him it was time to converse, a familiar voice entered his head. Balaam, how go your preparations? As good as they can, with no actual deadline to work with. Balaam snapped. How were his preparations going? He wasn't the one holding things up, though even Balaam would admit that his task was the easier of the two. That, I'm happy to say, is no longer good enough. A trickle of excitement, tentative but undeniable, wormed through Balaam's heart. Could it be after all these years? Were things finally progressing? He kept his voice stoic even if no one but the mirror's other holder could hear him. There was still a certain way evil wizards were supposed to act during these things. Are you saying that the time has come? I'm saying it draws near, very near, within a week, perhaps two. I will finally have the last pieces we need. I have prepared my loyal ones as much as I can, a few days, to bring them the rest of the way into the light, and purge those who dissent, and we will be ready to move. Balaam resisted the urge barely to lift his hands off the mirror and clap with enthusiasm with that timetable. It would be only 2 or 3 weeks until they could begin amid his excitement. He also felt fear slither its way in. For so long they've been plotting, for so long. It had been but a scheme that was more mad dream than tangible plan. Now that it was finally turning into reality, it was a bit scary. What they were about to do could never be undone. Very well. I'll bring the ones I trust in and get them up to speed. There will only be a few of them, of course, but it should suffice for what's needed on my end. A few will be plenty once the fuse is lit. Others will be drawn in whether they like it or not. We only need enough to get things started. Move forward. I will tell you when things are ready on my end. With that, the voice faded. Balaam slipped the mirror back into its box. He put it away and didn't even glance at the Tomb of Spells he'd been perusing earlier. Balaam now had far bigger concerns than reheated stew. There was much work to do, many contingencies to plan for, and so many pieces to put in motion. He'd done the vast majority of the groundwork already. But what remained was no small task. All that aside, there was still one part of his job Balaam had no idea how he was going to pull off. Pseudonym as he was now posed very little threat to the plan, however, should the man be sufficiently motivated. There was always the chance that Fornax might once again raise his ferocious head and emerge from the weak shell of his current self. Should that occur, the entire plan could be thrown off course. Balaam needed to find a way to deal with Ivan Gerhardt, and he needed to find it soon. Chapter 51, the jingling of the bell overhead, as Torai shoved the door open, was both familiar and depressing. On one hand, it was nice to be back at Ridge City Grinders, and she was looking forward to checking in on Chloe. On the other hand, she was only here because Ivan dropped her off while he parked the car, meaning she still had a full day of office work in front of her, followed by more guild training that night and a few hours working on her meta suit before she grabbed a quick nap to do the whole thing over again. The vacation was over, and now she had to go back to living her double life. At least field training would only last another week, and there was coffee, which was something to be grateful for. Thankfully, the line was light for once, and Torai quickly made her way to the counter. To her surprise, Chloe's cheerful face wasn't there to greet her. Torai had been certain she'd seen the other woman's shock of white, blonde hair when she stepped through the door. Seconds later, a soft tap fell on her shoulder, and she turned to find her favorite barista standing behind her with a pair of extra-large cups in hand. "Morning," Chloe said cheerfully, "if you've got the time. I took my break and thought we might catch up a little." Of course, Torai wasn't actually all that sure she did have the time, but there was bound to be a little residual sympathy. In the office she could milk if the talk made her late. Besides, she'd accidentally drawn Chloe into a dangerous situation with robbers and a crazy Mita. The very least she owed the woman was a morning chat. Chloe led her through the store, past the clustered tables, and toward a pair of soft purple chairs set up by a window. Torai couldn't be certain, but she felt pretty sure they hadn't been positioned so out of the way last time she'd been in. The store had been a week, though some other customers had probably screwed with the layout as they arrived. Chloe passed Torai the cups and grabbed a small table, barely wide enough to hold a laptop. She placed it between the chairs. Torai set both coffees down on top of it. Let's start with the most important part, Chloe said as she and Torai settled into their seats. Are you okay? Doctors gave you a clean bill of health. And everything fit as a fiddle. Torai raised her left arm and stretched it, flexing her fingers and making a fist. No long-term damage. They even patched me up so well that I won't have scars from the bullet wounds. What about you? I didn't need much treatment. Chloe replied though, I'm glad that someone's spraying for Amita with healing powers, otherwise the jaw stuff might have taken a while. Yeah, and all the confusion. I didn't get to ask what happened there. How did your face get so hurt in the fight? Torai could vividly recall the bruised, disjointed angle of Chloe's jawbone. Almost impossible to picture now, against her perfectly uninjured face. Oh, that I did that to myself. Chloe broke eye contact as she quickly glanced around, making sure no one else was near enough to overhear them. You guys needed a distraction, so I punched myself in the face a few times with a stapler, until I felt my jaw break. Then said my bark was worse than my bite. With a broken jaw you have a really crappy bite. Which was why my bark was so loud and scary. Huh, sort of seems like if you took that statement literally, it should have given you a shitty bark. Torai pointed out that occurred to me later on, but I guess my power works more on what's meant than what's said. After all, the sayings aren't always literal. Or maybe my own intent matters. I'm still sort of figuring it all out. Chloe paused to take a sip of her coffee, wincing slightly from the heat of the liquid. That's part of why I wanted to talk with you this morning. Torai felt a prickle of worry dance down her vertebrae. Did you want me to give you Donald's number? Or something? I'm sure you want to talk to another Mita. Now that you know one. Chloe stared at her friend for a long moment, then sighed and set her cup back down on the table. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but I had a feeling it might. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Her words echoed through their small space, and Torai immediately glanced down to see if her khakis were combusting. Mercifully, they were still fully intact. Then again, all her clothes were built to be able to shift forms with her, so there was no guarantee fire would harm her outfit. It would make a hell of a scene though, and Ivan had a tendency to frown on those when we were trapped in the break room. You threw coffee on one of the robbers to give Donald a distraction. The thing is, the pot you used was full of cold coffee, left over from the night before. We both know it shouldn't have hurt him, but he screamed like he was burning. Steam even came off it. Donald's power wouldn't have let him do that, and neither would mine. That only leaves you, Torai. You were the Mita who heated up the coffee. Torai considered her words carefully. Chloe's power was hard to predict and seems to obey a set of laws, unlike anything she'd encountered. Still, the effects always held true to the saying that Chloe used. So assuming she didn't tell a direct lie, there was a good chance her pants wouldn't suddenly ignite. That's a pretty big assumption to make. Just for me throwing a pot of coffee at someone, Chloe agreed. But after I made it, everything else that happened began to make a lot more sense. The way you charged into the fight, despite being a paper pusher. How quickly you figured out ways to use and Donald's powers, even the determination you showed when you shot yourself in the arm. At the time, I took it as you being you. And while that's probably still true, I think there's more to it. Part of the reason you were able to do all those things is that you have a power of your own, and you are accustomed to using it. Well, it's an interesting theory, Torai said. Let me ask you though. If I say something is hypothetical and it's not true, does that count as a lie? Not sure, but I doubt it. Chloe told her, like I said before, intent seems to count if you're trying to tell a lie. That's what will set it off. That made things even murkier, which was precisely what Torai had been trying to avoid. There was no way out of this without some sort of risk. Though even if she got up and left, she'd more or less confirm Chloe's suspicions. Plus, there was no telling how long her weird curse would last. Better to see things through for now and find out where that LED, let's say hypothetically that your theory was right, that I was a meadow with a power of my own. Why call me out like this? What are you hoping to get from me? If it's money, you're out of luck. The office job pays decent, but not enough to be worth blackmailing, huh? Chloe tilted her head in surprise, then gave it a hearty shake. Whoa, no, I don't want to blackmail you or anything. I want help. I want to stop guessing it, how this power works, and actually figure the damn thing out. I keep setting it off by accident. If I don't watch what I say, if you're a Meta, you're obviously not a new one like me and Donald. I just need someone to help me get through this, until I've got a handle on this stupid ability. Oh. It occurred to Torai that perhaps she'd been spending a bit too much time around. Supervillains, while the morally corrupt, might want to profit from Torai's secret. It made sense that Chloe would desire help, above all else. She hadn't been taken in by the guild or the capes. She was just stuck with a power that didn't come with instructions, trying to model through her life. While keeping that strange ability a secret, Torai had been lucky. She'd understood what happened to her, and had the skills to control it. Heck, even Donald had it better. At least his power could only be activated under certain conditions. Chloe's could turn on at any time, just by accidentally picking a poor turn of phrase. Okay, Chloe, let's assume I am a med up for a moment. What if my power is nothing like yours? I mean, yours is clearly rooted in magic. Maybe my hypothetical power came from a science mishap. Even if I wanted to help you, which I do, I'm probably one of the worst matters out there. To do it, I'll take the worst over no one. Chloe fidgeted with the coffee cup, clutched in her hands, staring down into its half-drunk contents. I need to get this under control. It's fun, and it could be a really neat power in its own right. But I have to figure out how to use it properly. Otherwise, it's just going to keep causing me trouble. Have Torai hesitated, unable to believe the words that were about to leave her mouth. Have you considered going to the AHC? I'm pretty sure they have classes and training. Specifically for new Metas, they're bound to have someone there who can help you. Much as it galled Torai to put another friend on the path to being a cape, Chloe needed help, and better she get it from the good guys than entangle herself with the guild. I thought about it, but I don't want to be a superhero. Honestly, I don't even think I can. My power just isn't that offensive. Chloe admitted Torai was inclined to disagree, seeing as it had let her punch out a strength-based Meta, but she said nothing. As Chloe continued going to the AHC, it feels dangerous, like I'm putting myself in a world that I might not want to be in. Once I do that, there's no going back. They all know who I am and what I can do, and if for some reason they ever decide I might be necessary as a tool, I might not have a choice. Meta drafts have happened before. That's why I don't wanna get involved with some mysterious organization. I'm just asking someone I consider a friend. If they'll lend me whatever help they can, forcing me to tell the truth or burn was a bit heavy-handed, Torai pointed out. True, but my break is only so long. So this saved us both 15 minutes of you trying to lie your way out of admitting what you are, what we both are. But you're right, I'm asking a lot. It's time I showed you some trust. A penny saved is a penny earned. How does that one work exactly? Torai didn't feel any different physically, though her mind was far more relaxed, knowing that she wouldn't be in danger of having her trousers set aflame for one little fib. Every time I resist the urge to spend money, whatever I would have spent doubles. Chloe explained it only works with cash though, and I have to be both genuinely tempted and able to buy it, no pretending I want a house. Resisting and watching my bank account swell, it just turns me. A little extra grocery money here and there. Pretty useful, Torai said. So look, I meant what I said. About being the worst person to help you. But that doesn't mean I won't still try. That said, I do know a few other people who might be better suited to figure out how this ability of yours works. Are you okay with me sharing your secret? It would only be with people that I trust. I promise, slowly, tentatively. Chloe nodded her head. If you trust them and really think they can help, then I trust you. Let's just not broadcast it all over town now, okay? Don't worry, I've only got 1 or 2 in mind. The first would be the best. But unfortunately, that one is also a super long shot. The second is like us, still inexperienced. But I have a feeling she'd definitely help out. One more thing though, we won't be able to start until next week. I'm sort of swamped every day and night until then. That's fine, Chloe said, a relieved smile cresting her face. Honestly, I wasn't even expecting that much. It'll give me time to try to figure out where we should start. Torai glanced at the clock and confirmed that she would indeed be stepping into the office late. So far it was in the forgivable bounds, but she needed to hurry. If she didn't want to catch hell from Ivan, especially since she was about to try and cut a huge favor out of him, I've got a head in, Torai said, picking up her cup and rising from the chair. But you've already got my number from when we set up the catering. So text me next week and we can work out the details. Just keep things vague, you know. Nothing to worry about there. Chloe replied, I'm a big fan of keeping things private. Figured as much. Torai began to turn toward the door, then stopped, facing Chloe once more, just out of curiosity. Why go through all this to come to me? I mean, you know Donald too, and wouldn't have had to strong-arm him into admitting he was a Mita. I get not wanting to go to the HC, but why not ask him for help? I thought about it. I even picked up the phone to call you and get his number a few times. It's just that, well, he's a superhero now. He's out there stopping crime. Just last Friday, he fought this giant monster in the middle of a club. I feel like he's got better things to do than help out some untrained Mita that doesn't want to sign up with the heroes. It made a certain amount of sense. Torai could see where Chloe was coming from. But at the same time, this was Donald they were talking about. He'd have definitely made time for someone he thought needed help. At least the Donald she made friends with would have. But that Donald wouldn't have tried to take on a giant monster. His new job was clearly changing him. She just hoped it wasn't into someone she had to count as an enemy. Chapter 52. Are you asking me for help or permission? Ivan seemed unfazed by Torai's rundown of her unexpected coffee discussion, taking it all in with a passive, almost bored expression. She'd expected him to at least be annoyed. Instead, he kept clicking away on his computer as she spoke. No doubt, clearing out the backed-up emails from his week away. Both, I guess. Torai was still taken aback by his disinterest in the issue at hand, but she steeled herself to press on. Apathy be damned. Let's start with the help part. Is that something you're willing to do? Depends, Ivan replied. I still trained on his monitor screen. By help, do you mean train a matter that owes no allegiance to our guild? Or do you mean dispose of someone who knows about your secret? If it's the former, then no. If it's the latter, then still no. But I have some other people I can recommend for reasonable rates. Oh, pretty please let that just be a terrible joke, Torai said unapologetically, glaring at her teacher. Ivan finally turned from his computer and set his hands heavily on the desk. The guild does offer certain services like that. But no, I wasn't serious about killing the barista just because she figured out you were a Mita. I was, however, serious about not wanting to train her. As you might recall, I'm not big on students, especially ones I wouldn't be educating in the guild's code first. Chloe isn't asking to be turned into the next lodestar. She just wants to get better control over her power. You would be surprised how quickly better control turns into all the power. Yvonne said if Chloe wants help from me, or someone with better qualifications, then she is welcome to enlist in the guild. Of course, as you well know, that is neither an easy nor safe path, however, as I have a vested interest in Amita, not accidentally causing havoc or chaos in our city. I have no objections to you helping her gain better control and understanding of her power. Really, Torai backed away slightly from the desk, accidentally betraying her shock. I expected you to fight me a lot more on that, Torai. You have one more week of field training and a single test remaining before you can become a full member of the guild. One of the things that will change at that point is the amount of hand-holding and supervision you receive from me. Your time is just that, yours. So as long as you don't violate the code, you're free to spend it however you see fit. If you want to train this woman, then I won't stop you, but if she becomes a problem, then she becomes your problem, yours to fix or to be dragged down by. Understand? Understood, Torai replied. But let's go back to the thing about less hand-holding. Does that mean you're not going to be my mentor anymore? I will still be around in some capacities. Yvonne told her a mentor and student are always bonded, which is why so many guild members avoid taking them. But you will have gotten past the largest of the hurdles and proven yourself to be worthy of membership from that point on. You alone will determine how you further your education. Guess that means no more nightly quizzes of the code, or you drilling me with hypothetical scenarios and seeing how I would deal with them. She'd meant the words to sound playful, but to her surprise they came out tinged with sadness. Her time with Yvonne hadn't necessarily been easy, and heaven knew. She was tired of his endless emphasis on the code. But at the same time, it had gotten to be a comfortable, familiar routine. Yvonne coughed slightly into his hand, the first time he betrayed a sense of discomfort since she barged into his office. To be frank, Torai, after you've become a full member of the guild, you won't be residing with me anymore. This was an arrangement, done only for the time in which you needed my guidance and supervision. You'll be free to move into the guild headquarters or find a spot of your own. I just can't stay. She wasn't surprised, not really. In the back of her mind, Torai had always known that her garage apartment in the heart of suburbia was a temporary arrangement, and at least she had a place to go, even if it was a place stocked full of criminals and weirdos. Would you even want to? I even ask? I imagine this would be more akin to opening a cage than handing you an eviction. You'll be free to go where you like and live in whatever way pleases you, which I imagine will involve a cluttered, messy lab with little more than 2 plates, a microwave, and a miniature television. That's a weirdly accurate description of my last few places, Tori admitted. Don't feel bad. I based the gas on Dr. Mechanical's first apartment. Anyway, the point is, I'm not kicking you out the door as soon as your last trial is over. You'll be free to apartment hunting, figure things out as you need to. While neither of us might have precisely wanted this arrangement, it's not so bothersome that I can't hang on for a little while longer. Yvonne smiled at her, betraying the fact that he'd actually just said something bordering on nice. Yeah, you're not as bad as I expected. At least you can cook. Torai decided it was best not to push her luck. After all, she'd gotten permission to help her friend, and a kind word out of Yvonne. Best to quit while she was still ahead. All right, boss. Time for me to head back to work after a week away. There are a ridiculous number of meetings for me to schedule. Oh, that reminds me, don't make any plans for lunch, Yvonne told her. The office is throwing us a surprise welcome back party. My understanding is that they got Thai from that place 3 blocks over. That's really nice of them. Torai found herself unexpectedly touched by the gesture, in spite of the fact that she'd seen how close the office was when they were taken hostage. The people here are good, decent folk, Yvonne said. and they tend to look out for their colleagues, which brings up another thing. Have you seen Donald today, Torai? Sugarhead Donald had been stuck in meetings all morning. The rumors around the break room were that he was having his project load assessed and reassigned in order to free him up in case the AHC had to call him in for an emergency. A lot of people thought it was the first step in getting him to stop. Coming into the office, they speculated that after this, he'd be given the opportunity to telecommute as much as he liked, and eventually he'd likely get paid for doing nothing. Capes weren't exactly attacked in the street, but the non-guilt criminals out there sometimes tried to hit them when they thought their guard was down. The bigger Donald's profile got, the more risk there was that someone would try to come after him. While he was on Vandalia's clock, you may want to reach out to him and see how things are going. From what I understand, things have been a bit tough for him around here since he became a cape. A little friendship might go a long way. Nice as that sounds, you'll understand if I'm a little suspicious about why you want me to reach out to a superhero. Torai said putting up with a friendship is one thing, but that borders on you encouraging it. Of course I encourage it. Ivan turned back to his computer. The rhythmic clacking of the keys resuming. The continued existence of our guild is predicated on us being more trouble to fight than to tolerate. A few friendships across the moral lines only make us less tempting as targets. I guess that's true even if it feels a bit manipulative. Torai regarded her teacher carefully as he punched away at the keyboard. Does that mean you've got a few friends over at the AHC as well? Don't be ridiculous. Who on earth in that organization would have wanted to befriend Fernax? Well, load start. Load. Star reaches out to everyone she thinks she can help, Ivan said, cutting Torai off. And it paid off in the form of us stopping Orion. She was the only one who saw recruiting me as a good idea. Though trust me, Fernax has no friends at the Alliance of Heroic Champions, which is why it's all the more important that his apprentice keep the one she managed to make. You never know when you might need someone over there to speak on your behalf. Let's hope it never comes to that. Torai left the office, though her mind stayed with Ivan. Stoic as her teacher was, she'd been around him long enough to get a bit of a read on him. Something told her he wasn't revealing the whole truth about having friends among the capes. It was something she'd dwell on later, when there was time. For now, she still had a whole Monday to get through. It wasn't until lunch, which was both delicious and heartwarming. The rest of the floor had gathered to wish her and Ivan a happy return, that Torai finally found herself free. At the same time as Donald, he emerged from a conference room with a telltale combination of weariness and relief that spoke of a long meeting that had finally come to an end. She hadn't noticed in the chaos and surprise at the club, but he seemed different than Torai remembered him. Not physically, he was still a wiry young man with red hair and freckles, but the way he held himself had shifted. No longer did Donald Moss merely trudge through the hallways, visibly counting the minutes until he was free of their fluorescent lit cage. Now he had an air of confidence about him. He moved like a man who knew his surroundings were temporary, and that something far greater awaited him on the outside. Donald noticed Torai in her cube and smiled, giving her a nervous wave. Suddenly the illusion vanished, but Torai knew what she'd seen. Donald was changing bit by bit, and really, how could he not? He was a cape now. No one could take on a job like that and remain the same as they were before. Glad to see you're all right, she told him, standing up from her seat and giving him a brief, office-appropriate hug. That's supposed to be my line, Donald replied. I was really worried you wouldn't make it out of there, but I didn't have your cell, so I couldn't check in to make sure you and your friends were okay. We all escaped fine thanks to you and that other guy. Medley, I think the news said his name was. Tori knew perfectly well what the other cape's name had been. She also had a sneaking suspicion that in another form, he resembled Ren, Donald's friend. But she had an image to keep up, even if it meant playing dumb. Yeah, he's another new guy at the AHC. Donald confirmed he seems like a tough sob. The news was showing surveillance footage and stuff, people shot with their cameras. And it was an incredible fight. Weren't you scared though? That thing seemed like a real monster. Tori didn't consider this part to be a lie. That rhino creature had been flat out terrifying. She wasn't even sure how she would have fought it, at least without her meta suit, but Donald had managed in spite of everything. Oh yeah, I was freaking out during the whole fight. Donald didn't seem at all embarrassed about his fear. As he set his laptop down on the cubicle desk and settled into his uncomfortable chair, there were at least 3 times where I was 1000% sure I was going to die. Only medley and way too much luck got me through it. You seemed so composed when you told us to leave. That part was total bullshit. And they probably both knew it, but the guy had tried to put himself between innocent people. And a monster, he deserved a little bit of flattery for that sort of bravery. Didn't you even consider trying to run? Honestly, it was the first thing that went through my mind. Donald's pale cheeks flushed slightly, and he busied himself with opening his laptop. To avoid Tori's gaze, like I said, I was scared. All I could think of when that thing started coming after me was how to not die. Tori settled back into her own chair, but stayed far enough away from her desk that she could continue to watch Donald as she spoke. So why didn't you? There's bound to be some gadget in your computer that would have let you get out of there. This was a question Tori had been burning to ask ever since Donald decided to stay behind. In spite of being able to run, she didn't understand it simply. Couldn't fathom why he'd lay down his life like that. Fighting for friends and family was one thing, but they could have evacuated with the rest of the club, and everyone would have probably been safe. Instead, Donald and Medley put their lives on the line to protect the retreat of strangers, the survivalist mentality Tori had spent a lifetime honing, simply couldn't square up with such actions. I mean, I wanted to really badly, but if I had, then who would have stopped that creature? The flush and Donald's cheeks began to fade, and he managed to glance back over at Tori as he spoke. Medley can take a beating, but he wasn't able to hurt the monster very much. And sure, the AHC could have dispatched someone else, but there's no way of knowing how many people would have been hurt by then. I just asked myself what the real superheroes would do, what Lodestar would have done, and then tried like hell to pretend I was one of them. Donald, you stared down a monster with nothing but a computer pad and a weird tiger creature for backup. If that doesn't make you a real superhero, I'm not sure what bar has to be crossed. Maybe it will feel real once I save the world, or something, Donald replied. He pressed a few keys on his laptop, and a screen full of emails appeared on the upside. Looks like I'll have a lot more time to train soon. Tori debated pretending to be in the dark, but Donald knew how gossip traveled in the office. Her acting unaware crossed the realm into unbelievable. I heard they were transitioning off a lot of your projects. If by a lot you mean pretty much everything, then yeah, that's what they're doing, Donald said, letting out a heavy sigh. By the end of the month, it'll be like I don't even work here anymore, which I guess is the point. At least I'll still get a paycheck though. Wait, you get a paycheck and don't have to show up at the office? Hot damn. Someone signed me up for superpowers and monster fighting. Tori declared it won't be forever. At least not at my full raid. Donald tapped another key and brought up a calendar for the rest of the year. Basically, they can't fire me for volunteering to protect innocent people, so they're forcing me into early retirement. A few people at the age C warned me that it might happen. I thought they were just exaggerating. Another few clicks and the calendar vanished. The digital reminder momentarily vanished from sight, if not mine. Looks like you'll have to get used to another cubicle, mate. Donald's voice couldn't have been any more bitter. If his mouth had suddenly turned into a lemon. We'll see about that, Torai replied. My internship is up in a few weeks anyway. There's no guarantee I'll even be able to stay on here. It's possible I might be gone long before you stop coming in. Pretty sure Dahlia doesn't want the PR hassle of firing an intern who was heavily injured in an attack on their offices. Donald pointed out, besides, you do great work, and Mr. Gerhardt's opinion carries a lot of weight. Around here, if he vouches for you, you'll get hired. There's nothing to worry about. Maybe so, but I'm not one to count my chickens. Torai reached over her desk to her purse and fished about for several seconds before finding what she was looking for. And I'm also not one to take pointless chances, so if either of us ends up leaving, let's make sure we can still hang out when the mood strikes us. You said you didn't have my cell number, right? Well, let's fix that right here and now. Torai held up her phone and almost chuckled at the barely constrained joy on Donald's face. Ivan had been right. A little reaching out did go a long way. Torai was surprised at how happy he was to have one friend that wanted to stay in touch after their office time ended, which just went to show that smart as Torai was, she still had her blind spots. Chapter 53, with work done, and Tori off to the guild for night training, Ivan was just settling in with a good book when his doorbell rang, moving carefully, power already flowing into him. As he prepared for the possibility of an assault, Ivan peered through the people at the mysterious person on his doorstep. It was neither a salesman nor a neighbor, as Ivan had half suspected, but instead the gently smiling face of Wade Wyatt, muttering curses the vulgar kind. Rather than the magical sort, Ivan unlocked his door and pulled it open for the man who was both his best friend and the leader of their guild. To what do I owe this unexpected intrusion? Certainly not a hospitality lesson. Though it seems you could use one, Wade replied, walking in without waiting to be invited. Look who's talking. You usually call before stopping over. In fact, you are downright pathological about it. Ivan's annoyance turned to concern as he relocked his door. If Wade was stopping by without calling, it either meant there hadn't been time to do so, or he didn't trust the phone, and the visit was supposed to be secret. Neither of which voted particularly well. Yes, well, something needs your attention, and I felt it was best to bring the matter before you. Personally, Wade said, you know that during every training session, we make a point of taking the apprentices to CA. Code enforcement, correct? Ivan nodded. It's not pretty, but they need to know what happens to those who break our rules, and it's a good way to show them what those sorts of jobs are like before they make the mistake of agreeing to take one. Glad you approve, because I just got word that slaughter is held up in Guatemala. Nothing too serious, but it's unlikely he'll make it back this week, and certainly not tonight, which is when the code enforcement is supposed to take place. Wait, you can't be serious. Ivan waited for the sudden burst of laughter or clapping to signal that it was a joke. Instead, his friend merely stared at him, no mirth to be seen. You want me to do a job in front of other people, and kids at that? None of them are children, they're just younger than us. Wade rebutted, and anyone with a television screen has seen video of you fighting before. Fighting, yes. Killing, no. Surely there's someone else qualified to do this. Ivan said. Wade nodded, a short, sharp gesture. That didn't reassure Ivan in the slightest. We have plenty who are qualified, and some who are willing, however. The problem is one of seniority. When Balaam heard about Onslaughter, he volunteered to handle the code enforcement himself. As a counselor and a proven warrior, no one in the guild can say they are more capable of handling the task than he. No one save for our most powerful and renowned enforcer. Of course, fucking Balaam. Ivan sucked in a breath through his teeth, trying to smother the embers of rage that blazed at the bastard's name. You think he's planning something, it's always possible. Wait. Admit it, field training is dangerous in itself. Code enforcement even more so. It wouldn't be the first time a trainee didn't make it back, though those incidents are usually not the fault of the instructor. Still, offering an apprentice seems like a stretch. He's guaranteed to piss off their mentor and maybe a few other members. As well, Ivan pointed out, I'm not claiming Balaam plans to lead all of them to their death. Wait said, in truth, I have no idea what he's got planned. For the apprentices, perhaps, he wants nothing more than to teach a good lesson and make you worry in the process. It wouldn't be out of character for him. All I know is that unless Pseudonym steps forward, Balaam is handling the code enforcement. That seemed like the sort of thing you'd want to be made aware of. Ivan stood motionless for several seconds, weighing the risks of each possibility against the other. If he let Balaam go, there was a good chance he'd do nothing more than teach the lesson. Meaning Ivan had been fearful over nothing, of course. He might also seize the opportunity to eliminate, injure or otherwise incapacitate his own apprentices. Competition. Balaam was usually smart in his scheming, but with pride on the line. Nothing was ever certain. On the other hand, if Ivan took over the job, he could make sure the rookies were safe the entire time. And all it would cost him is creating for more people who looked at him with nothing but fear in their eyes, better scared than dead. Ivan mumbled more to himself than to Wade, get me the information about the enforcement and have our recon people do some proper scouting. We're clear on the Cape front, right? This one is on the other side of the country. And we set up the necessary decoy crimes to make sure. You'll have all the time you need. Way to short him then. I guess there's nothing left to do but tell Balaam to fuck off and put on my costume. Ivan repressed a sigh and tried not to think about the fact that he'd only just gotten the blood out of it. From the last time, this was the price he paid for freedom. For him and those he loved, Torai was dragging ass. As she gathered with the other apprentices in the lounge, her long day at work could stretch on forever, and the brief catnap she grabbed in her guild bedroom had only served to make her more tired. Idly she wondered if this would be the sort of training that might lend itself to stopping by a gas station and picking up a half-dozen or so energy drinks. That thought went quickly out the window as a familiar, weighted familiar in fact, figure stepped into the lounge. Ivan was in his full pseudonym outfit, bland and nondescript as it was. The change still seemed to alter him. The stoic, detached demeanor remained, but instead of calm, he seemed to radiate the potential for violence. Just from looking at him, she knew this wasn't Ivan showing up to a council meeting or walking around making introductions. He'd shown up to work, and she couldn't imagine the task before him was a peaceful one. Behind him, tunnel vision waited just outside the room, their silhouettes outlined by the hallway's lighting apprentices. He said, his voice as stable as always, yet somehow harsher than Torai expected. What is the most important, most sacred, most vital part of this guild? The code, Torai answered without a second thought, and she noted that the others echoed her, while she doubted they got in the same. Thorough training and speeches, she had, it seemed. Their teachers had instructed them on how important the code was, all the same. Or at least how important they had to pretend it was. That is correct. The code of this guild is our armor. It protects us, conceals us, allows us to live in the shadows. All around the world there are Metas, trying to get rich or seize power by their own means. And inevitably, they must deal with the alliance of heroic champions. Through the code we stay below their radar. Always out of reach, always too hard to chase. They know of us yet because of the code. They are forced to tolerate us. The code ensures that we are smart, careful, and above all, that we remain unseen. However, the code is not only armor, keeping those in this guild safe. It is also a sword used to carve out those who would bring down trouble upon our heads. Ivan didn't pace, didn't move, didn't so much as flinch as he spoke. He was rigid, unmovable, a manifestation of the very code he loved so dearly. If they hadn't already known, no one in the room would have guessed that this controlled man was once the wild beast of destruction, known as Fernax. For the most part, we leave other criminals undisturbed. The AHC needs them to prop up their image, and the last thing we want is to leave them scarce on villains to drag before the cameras. However, sometimes we get word of criminals going too far, seeking the sort of power that might threaten our very world, which troubles us as much as the capes, or committing the sort of crimes that work counter to our interests. The gang we're going after tonight has begun to cause our guild a lot of trouble. They've targeted assets owned by guild members, a crime we would punish regardless, but even worse, they've been buying up black market information on the identities and loved ones of various capes. Can anyone tell me why that could negatively impact us? An unhinged cape is an unpredictable cape. Lance said. He earned a few surprised stares, to which he gave a small shrug, as if to say that even he paid attention from time to time. Simplistic but true, Ivan agreed. Logically, our organization is not worth the trouble of taking a run at. We cover our tracks and have great lawyers on retainer, but when a cape loses their family, when anger and grief overwhelm that logic, we depend on sometimes revenge against the people who stole their loved ones. Isn't enough, often it will boil over, causing them to try and take down every villain they can, including the ones they know they should leave be. This is why our code forbids killing the friends and family of a cape, even accidentally. And it's why we discourage it to non-members whenever possible. In the case of the gang trying to steal from us and trying to stir up capes, our discouragement is going to be the active kind. For the first time since he'd walked in the room, Ivan hesitated. It was subtle, almost imperceptible. Unless one had been living in his garage apartment for the past several weeks and gotten to know him very well, that moment of hesitation, more than anything else that had occurred so far, put Torai on edge. I don't mean to mince words and dance around the truth. That wouldn't do you any good with what's coming. Ivan said, you need to know what's going to happen, and you need to mentally prepare for it as best you can. We're going to leave the guild tonight. Tunnel vision will send us to the warehouse where the gang we're after is hiding out, and I'm going to kill them. All of them. They've been warned. They refuse to back down. And so tonight I'm being sent in for a code enforcement. This is a nice way of saying I will end every life inside that building, and you're all going to be there to watch me. That seems unnecessarily brutal. Beverly said the words, clearly leaving her mouth before she had time to consider them. I don't entirely disagree with you, but this is a necessary part of your education, Ivan replied, unbothered by the outburst. These people have no association with our guild, and that's why they were given a warning to back down. You, however, are part of the guild, and this is your warning. We cannot tolerate code breakers here for many reasons, one of the most important of which is that it gives the capes a foothold to bring us down. If they can go after one of us, it could be the first step in allowing them to go after all of us, so we handle our problems in-house before they ever get the chance to mount an investigation. No one here is above the code, not even your counselors. Better to show you what happens to those who don't heed that warning, then let you become counted among them. Slowly, Ivan met the eyes of every apprentice in the room. These people were going to die no matter what, whether you watched it or not. None of their blood is on your hands, and unless you take a code enforcement job from the board. It never will be. This is happening even if you tried. You couldn't stop me. Don't waste time feeling guilty. Instead, learn from what I'm showing you. If it keeps even one of you from forgetting how seriously this guild takes the code, then perhaps these lives won't be lost entirely in vain. He turned back to Tunnel Vision, who were waiting patiently. Whenever you two are ready, please open the door. The sudden onset of humidity took Torai by surprise, even though she should have expected a climate change in the distance. She could make out bells ringing and the long, low whistle of an unseen ship making its way across water. Tunnel Vision's doorway had let them out near a harbor, so close that if she strained, Torai could make out the sounds of waves crashing against the piers. In front of them was a dirty brick building, the high windows on several sides broken out. Occasional bursts of light would come from within. Flashlights sweeping through the surroundings. It was more familiar than Torai would have preferred. A reminder of the days when she holed up where she could, and constantly stole to finance her projects. Places like this were ones she'd quickly learned to avoid. They were too convenient and tempting for gangs of actual criminals. Sooner or later, one would move in, and Torai would be out of place to stay, along with any possession she couldn't sneak away with. In front of them, the air shimmered and Arcanic has stepped into view. It was somewhat reassuring to see their usual field teacher, though everyone couldn't help noticing his face was pinched and weary this evening. Wordlessly, he handed out the pendants that would keep them unseen, then cast a new spell that created a softly glowing bubble around them. Near as I can tell, there are around 20, Arcanica said. Speaking to Ivan instead of the apprentices, at least 7 are Meadows. The rest might be, but my wards didn't catch them. There's a pair of magic users in there, so I had to be careful not to tip them off. That's fine, I prefer surprise above all else, Ivan assured him. Or any more coming. They've started their meeting, so it's unlikely. But I can ward the place once you're in just to be safe. Arcanic has shivered, though whether it was due to the chilly, wet air or the event scene you were about to transpire was anyone's guess. A ward would be appreciated. Also keep an eye on the apprentices. I should be able to handle that many, but my powers aren't well built for protection. If one of them is in danger, teleport them out here to join you apprentices. Do your best not to get in danger. You're almost guild members. I hope you can handle at least that much. Ivan turned to face his charges, and Torai noticed that for the first time that night. His eyes had changed once more. They had become orbs of darkness, lit only by glowing red runes. Those eyes, Forenex's eyes, meant things were about to get serious. Her nerves tensed, and she mentally moved herself a little closer to fire. Form she'd be damned if she had to get yanked to safety. Like a puppy wandering too close to a street. The most important rules for tonight are to stay silent, stay focused, and above all else, stay out of my way. Once we're inside, I won't be able to cuddle you. So if anyone starts to lose it, take care of each other. He looked away from them back at the warehouse, filled with criminals who didn't know their time on the planet had almost run out. For what it's worth, I'm sincerely sorry. For what I'm about to make you watch, feel free to hate me afterward. You'll have every right, but do me a favor and try to keep yourselves from being this example for a future class of trainees. I take no more joy in doing this than you will in watching it. With that, Ivan headed toward the warehouse, and the apprentices followed.